have come together to bring this conference to fruition. Thank you to the other organizations that have made this happen, our partners in Chile, Athena Lab, and the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies at Columbia University. This important workshop is happening today thanks to funding from Columbia University's PGIF, or the President's Global Innovation Fund, which was launched in March 2013 by Columbia President Lee Bollinger. The idea is to support faculty to develop projects and research collaborations within and across the Columbia Global Centers to increase opportunities for research, teaching, and service. The principal investigator for this particular project is Paige Fortna, Professor of U.S. Foreign and Security Policy in the Department of Political Science at Columbia University. She joins us today and she will be chairing the second session. Thank you, Paige, for applying for this PGIF. Finally, I would be remiss without mentioning the late director of the Santiago Center, Karen Ponieczek, who passed away in October 2022. Like all projects the Santiago Center has undertaken, Karen was extremely enthusiastic about this conference today, and she was the driving force in bringing together the Saltzman Institute, Athena Lab, and the Santiago Center in making this event happen. We dedicate this workshop today to Karen's memory. To launch this event, I would like to invite to the stage Jack Snyder, Professor of International Relations in the Department of Political Science and the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies at Columbia, who will provide the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Jack.
Paige Fortna and I are really delighted to be here and grateful to everyone involved in putting on this event, the Athena Lab, the Columbia Global Center, several Chilean universities, and participants from Chile, from Latin America, including people joining us remotely. So this meeting has already achieved one of my own personal goals in life, which is that although some years ago I wrote a case study on the time when Chile was the superpower of global nitrate production and the War of the Pacific, I had never actually been to Chile despite doing this research. So I'm finally catching up with what I should have known all along about Chile, which has been so far for us a wonderful place to visit. So we've had preliminary discussions of climate change issues in planning this event. And during those discussions, one of the things that struck me was how often in our conversations terms such as green sovereignty or even climate sovereignty came up. But of course, the Earth's climate is a global public good. It's not subject to any state's sovereignty. This insight was a moment of humor in the recent elections for U.S. Senator from the state of Georgia, where one of the candidates was Herschel Walker. He was a retired football player who was endorsed by Donald Trump, and he was trying to explain global climate issues on the campaign, and he said, the problem is that the wind blows the air across countries' borders, and you just can't keep it in your own country. And of course, everybody laughed at him for saying this. He says, oh, that's so silly. How could we vote for someone who's a former football player for the Senate? And he lost the election. But you know, he actually was right. He got an important insight there. However, on the other hand, the more I've been thinking about this idea of green sovereignty, it's occurred to me that almost all of the key issues that the world faces in dealing with climate problems are in fact ones of state sovereignty in one way or another. So I'm thinking about the class on international relations theories that I co-teach with my colleagues at Columbia, and how we teach about climate politics there. And we assign the work of William Nordhaus, the Nobel Prize winning economist who has the idea of the climate club, a club of the wealthy, powerful states and anybody who wants to join them, who agree to limit their own carbon emissions, but crucially also agree to impose very strict tariffs on the countries that don't join the climate club and don't establish very strict climate emissions limits for themselves. So, you know, this thing that we teach in our class is really all about the dilemmas of climate sovereignty, and but it's in terms of a solution to the problem, it raises a number of pitfalls. One is the idea that of carbon emissions offshoring. So China, for example, has had a huge increase in its carbon emissions as it's become the location for global manufacturing for every country in the world. So it makes China look like they are carbon emissions misbehaviors. But in fact, it's just the rest of the world doing the dirty work in China. The related sovereignty issue to this that would easily undermine the Nordhaus Climate Club solution is that it would really only take a small number of large countries that didn't join the Climate Club and that decided to have their own carbon autarky that would violate the goals of the Climate Club and could undermine this system. If they were an autarky, they might not care about the tariffs that were being imposed on them. They would set up their own autarkic subsystem. So other issues that where the climate sovereignty looms large have been written about by our colleague at Columbia, Nikhar Gaikwad, who is not with us today, unless he's zooming in. I'm not sure about that. And he writes about questions of distributional justice. Which states should be the ones that pay to solve the problem of global climate change? And so many people think that the people who should pay are those in the countries that caused the problems, the wealthy, early industrialized states like the United States of America. But others think that it should be paid for by those who have the ability to pay. Others think that it should be paid for by those who reap the greatest benefits. But then there's another debate about, well, who does reap the greatest benefits from fixing the climate problem? Is it the rich states? Is it the poor states where so many people will suffer if the problem is not fixed? Or is it countries like Chile that are endowed with all sorts of technological and natural resources that have positioned Chile to be one of the leaders in green energy breakthroughs? Or should it be somehow a coalition of those who caused the problem, those who have the ability to pay, and those who will benefit from seizing the opportunities of the green transformation? And what would that political coalition look like within countries, but also transnationally? So sovereignty might not be able to fix the problem of climate stress, but sovereign authority can certainly affect who is able to adjust as climate change causes transnational difficulties involving migration, differential ability to subsidize citizens of countries to adjust their ways of earning a living in the face of climate change, and also are differentially positioned to reap the profits from the technological green revolution that pretty much has to be central to the solution to climate issues. Now, some of these adjustments will involve struggle, including the use of state power in struggling over the adjustments that are needed to adapt. And this is the focus of our project at the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies, where we're going to be looking at climate change and conflict. And not only fighting wars over the control of scarce water and other climate-related resource scarcities, but also more indirect impacts of climate change on the ability of states to respond to these challenges. So one of our former PhD students at our institute and Columbia Political Science Department is Colin Kahl, who's currently the #3 official Deputy Undersecretary of Defense in the United States government in charge of policy. You read his name every day being quoted in the New York Times on everything from the Ukraine war to every other issue. And his dissertation was a book that came out in the early 2000s called States, Scarcity, and Civil Conflict. And he wrote about how environmental induced scarcity would increase migration and the mobility of peoples, would cause economic downturns and dislocations, which would make constituencies in many states disappointed and angry at their state for not providing solutions to these problems for them, that it would cause people to focus more on their ethnic and religious and tribal identity groups as ways of struggling to deal with these unaddressed needs of economic sustenance and migration. And so his argument in the book is that we need to look at the indirect effects on politics, political mobilization, and the declining capacity of states to solve the needs of their people that will result from environmental and climate change stresses. So the final thing that I did as my homework before coming here was looking at the works of our former colleague, John Ruggie, who later in his career became a deputy of the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, but earlier in his career was a theorist of multilateralism and the crucial role of international organizations in solving planetary problems. And so I read some of Ruggie's essays from as early as the 1980s when he was a visionary who saw that the solution would be multilateral organizations guided by experts who would know what to do to solve these kinds of planetary problems in the area of environment and climate. Later on, when Ruggie was working with Kofi Annan, he became maybe less of a visionary and more of a pragmatist, and worked with the business community and tried to find ways in which the business community would see that its own interests would be served by supporting human rights around the world. So my closing question to you is, how do we find the right balance between this kind of visionary, transnational, multinational, like science expert vision of how to solve the world's climate problems, and the reality that this is an intensely political issue where the sovereignty of states and the tangible material interests of all kinds of social actors are engaged. And I'm looking forward to our conversation today to hear how you participants and our panelists think about principle and pragmatism as ways forward on the climate issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jack, for your words and your insight. We will now pass to the first session, entitled Scientific and Political Dialogue on Climate Change in Latin America. This session will be chaired by Juan Pablo Toro, the Executive Director of Athena Lab. Juan Pablo?
Ya. Bueno, buenos días. Muy bienvenidos a este seminario. Me sumo a las palabras de Chris, por supuesto, especialmente en el recuerdo de Karen Poniatchik, que dirigió el Centro de Columbia durante mucho tiempo y creyó en este proyecto. Me acuerdo cuando lo decidimos con ella. También a ella le llamó mucho la atención una encuesta que hacemos en Athena Lab, donde cuando preguntamos por las amenazas que veían los chilenos, el público general puso el cambio climático muy alto y los expertos lo pusieron muy bajo. Entonces había una brecha muy grande y Karen siempre buscó la explicación, y parte de buscar esa explicación es este seminario en que ustedes están presentes. Así que me sumo a su recuerdo, especialmente en este Día Internacional de la Mujer, porque Karen, a través de su vida, rompió muchos techos de cristal en el ámbito privado, ¿cierto?
Broke down many gaps also in the public area as a minister, so I think she's a great example, and we hereby dedicate this conference to her. I would also like to thank the partners for Colombia who will be coming, and we hope that this project will be repeating itself. One of the interesting things that we will listen today is we see academicians here, militaries, decision makers, politicians, and this correctly speaks about the integral way how climate change has to be dealt with. We can't face this in the different sectors separately. It's existential and it covers the entire humanity, so we need to include all these visions and contributions to look at the impacts and the impacts specifically in security and safety. And this panel that Chris has already talked about, which is scientific and political dialogue about climate change in Latin America. We will have different invitations and different guests. We are in a hybrid confirmation. There are people here present physically and a few people online. Francisco Javier Mesa is physically present here, professor of the agronomy faculty of agronomy of the Universidad Católica, and one of the authors of this book, Climate Change in Chile, which is highly recommended and is a work of reference today, at least for us it is. Francisco, welcome. And we would also like to invite to get on stage Juan Carlos Llovet, ex-Minister of Energy, today Dean of the Faculty of Business of the Adolfo Ibáñez University, with great experience in energy transition. We had a course in the United States in December last year, and the teacher or the professor who taught her about climate change mentioned Juan Pablo Llovet specifically, and in Chile as an example in energy transition. But first of all, we will have Dr. Susana Berriz Adamo. She is an academician of Columbia University, and her presentation will be about vulnerability and climate variability in Latin America, migration, and demographic change. Welcome, and we hope that we can see her there online. I think we have a problem. Yes, there we can hear her. Well, like I said, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this important event. I am joining from New York at the Columbia Center. I will talk about vulnerability and variability of climate change in Latin America, demographic changes, which is a very broad topic, and lots of research has taken place in the past years. And I will present some points which I think are interesting to start a debate and discussion on the relationship between these different elements. I won't go deep into the characteristics of the impacts on climate change because I understand that Walter will be talking about that. So first, when we talk about vulnerability and variability in climate and demographic change, we're talking about a connection between processes that are taking place at different levels and in different disciplines, which implies that there has to be an interdisciplinarity. And in general, these elements get together through a certain risk theory where exposure and vulnerability are pre-existing conditions that determine in certain way, together with the characteristics of the event involved, what will be the result of that impact. And mobility and migration are considered one of the possible results of that process. When we talk about vulnerability related to climate change, Intergovernmental Partner of Climate Change has issued several reports and mentions the need to work with vulnerability that is multi-dimensional, with more dimensions, and it's just not only about poverty and lack of resources, but it's broader, and at the same time it is rooted in an intersectional this inequality, which are based on characteristics or demographic features such as age, gender, also race, ethnia, demographic condition, and they're not alone. They're an individual, they're not interrelated, and this can give or can lead to more different vulnerabilities. And Latin America is one of the most unequal regions, so that can be one of the reasons to get out of this position of vulnerability, of impact. It is never determined by one single element, not just one single determinant. They always are together, or several elements, and this has been studied for a long time already. So one of the challenges is to understand what the role is that the climate factors can have because of climate change, of climate variability, in the decision to migrate or the decision to stay. And that is important, the work that we have done in this research to determine the impact that climate factors can have in migration, directly or indirectly, and what is being threatened. We're talking about a threat to life, health, sustainability, means of life, etc. So that is important. But supposing that the result is migration, we've also got this question: how the destination is chosen, where people go to in this migration. And here the existence of pre-existing migration systems come into place. For Latin America, there are interregional systems. There's movement between countries in Latin America, extra-regional, moving to Europe or the United States and Canada. But there is also internal migration. And what we've studied so far is that these pre-existing networks of migration are important to be able to understand where the migrants are headed. In that sense, in Latin America, internal gaps have always been very important, but there's always also been an increase in interregional migration and extra-regional migration for several reasons. And up to today, it's being studied what the relative importance is of climate factors and other environmental factors in choosing the destination. It's also important to understand here what the importance is of institutional factors in terms of what the regulations are of migratory movements. But apart from that, and when we go back to demographic change, migration is one of the basic demographic aspects. Migration is important to understand why the distribution of a population at a certain point is the one that it is, and especially for Latin America, what have been the urbanization processes the region has gone through. And in that sense, Latin America is a highly urbanized region, the most urbanized of the world. And in these processes of urbanization, especially at the beginning, the migration processes are very important from the rural areas to the city, and then from one city to the other, due to this pre-existing matrix of certain localization of migrants to certain cities. Another research topic has come up, which is cities as destinations, as migrations, but also cities exposed to climate change and the possibility that these migrations take place, the secondary migrations take place. Not only Latin America is a highly urbanized region, but also many of these cities are located in areas that are much exposed or can be much more exposed in the future to the effects of climate change, among which is the rise of the sea level. Many cities are close to the coast, and there are also areas where the effect of the heat race is going up, and also places where there is more drought and the lack of water. In that sense, these pre-existing patterns of migration to these cities can, on one hand, increase especially when it's a quick migration in the cities, but also cities can have places where there are climate effects. At the same time, migrants, especially the recent migrants, can be a vulnerable group in the areas of destination of the cities, particularly because migrants can be exposed to different ways of informality because of the place where they live, because of informal settlements, but also depending on the conditions in which the migrants get to the cities. They can be more likely to be working in informal sectors, and because of this informality, this double informality, the need to be close to work, it can also make that they settle down in cities that are less insecure in terms of climate. And the last thing I would like to mention is something that's been coming up strong, hand in hand with the perspectives of environmental justice, which have been very much highlighted in the latest report of the IPCC, which is the perspective of human rights, which basically seeks to look at the migrant as a person and not migration as a phenomenon at the center of governance, and to assure the rights of these displaced people due to climate change, especially those who are in situations that have a situation where they have had to be moved for a long time. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Susana, for your presentation. And now we will listen to Dr. Walter Betchen, also of Columbia University, who will talk about the assessment of risks of climate change in Latin America. Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me well? Yes, very well. First of all, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to also commemorate Karen, who was a great person. Personally, as a father of 4 daughters and a brother of 4 sisters, on a day like today, Karen also represented a reference, and that's why I consider women important. We'll talk about climate change. The first thing I would like to mention is that we shouldn't forget what are the causes of climate change. The causes of climate change, 70% of the emissions of greenhouse gases, which are emitted every year, 70% still comes from fossil fuels. I would really like to emphasize this because recently it has become very fashionable to talk about other things, the food systems, many things that are close to human feelings and sensations, but let's not forget that 70% of greenhouse gases is responsible for climate change, and it still comes from fossil fuels. The second still seeing this. Climate change was focused on trying to determine what the climate will be in the future. what will happen with temperature in the different countries in the world in 2080, in 2070, what will happen with rainfall in 2060, in 2070. These are things that were very important at some point, and they who work in public policies are working on them. Fortunately, the latest report of IPCC, the panel that gets all the climate panels together, the latest report emphasizes what is happening right now. There is absolute scientific, robust evidence that global warming caused by the emissions of greenhouse gases is already more frequent and more intense in terms of extreme events, such as heat waves, extreme events such as great floods, droughts. And this is happening today. And I think this helps to change the focus on climate change. We should not think in the future that's so far ahead, but think essentially, what can we do today? What can we do today to fight the causes, and what can we do today to improve our capacity to adapt? So the second point that's very important is that transition to look at climate change as a problem of today and not a problem of the future for those who will be replacing us. This, of course, this frequency and intensity of extreme events has immediate impacts on things such as the disasters that I've just mentioned, the food uncertainty, threats to public health, for example, floods that cause diseases. And at the same time, like Susana mentioned, this creates instability. And of course, the degree of instability created by these phenomena depends on the ability that exists in the country. It depends on how each country is prepared to face each one of these extreme events. And that's the third point I want to mention. The third point, I will start by an example on climate change, the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. That has a great impact, a global impact, but it has completely different impacts in different countries. That range of impacts has been considered as a record in energy export, and on the other extreme, in countries such as Yemen or Bangladesh, that depend a lot on the things that happen in Ukraine for their basic services, they have felt an enormous impact on food safety. So, like all phenomena that have a global impact, the problems can be added. When we add climate change, the societies that suffer most from those impacts of climate change are the most vulnerable societies. It's a completely different impact of a flood or a drought in a country that has good early alert systems, good early response systems, good food distribution systems, good public health systems. is totally different. The impact that the same phenomenon associated with climate change can have on a country that has all the institutions and infrastructure weaker. So in that sense, these are phenomena that are totally unfair. They affect those who are vulnerable a lot more than the countries or societies that are more resilient, more developed. The fourth point related to this is that probably this climate change is one of the things that we're going through right now. What do I mean? I was saying that 70% of emissions of greenhouse gases come from fossil fuel. Well, if we add the emissions of China, United States, and Europe, those three regions or countries and a region are responsible for more than 50% of the emissions of greenhouse gases. And Africa, the total Africa, Latin America, is responsible for less than 5%. However, climate change, extreme events affect the countries in the same way, wherever they are. However, the impact of a drought suffered, for example, in Kenya is completely different from a drought that might happen in California or even in Uruguay, a country of medium income. It's completely different. A month ago, I was in Kenya and I hadn't seen such an atrocious impact of a drought on the food production in a country. So that is the fourth point that I wanted to highlight in this panel. Well, all those points are depressing. All those points show us a bleak future, something unfair. I would like to finalize with an opposite point, and this is that this is also discarding opportunities. Climate change, fortunately, is a very popular topic. Everybody talks about climate change. Everybody does things for climate change when we think about things in a wrong way sometimes. But it's very good that all this general awareness is there, that climate change is a real problem, and this is generating opportunities. For example, we're talking about Uruguay. The government has and the private sector have dedicated themselves to designing systems for food products that have least environmental waste possible. Why? Because there is awareness, they are conscious that they want to contribute to fighting the problems global, but also because Uruguay is a country that exports food. They produce 3 times more than their internal population. So they know that there are market niches that are looking for products with these characteristics of low food waste, and that can As for Uruguay, 100% of electricity is all countries that are trying to produce food with a low environmental footprint. So these are the 3 or 4 concepts that I wanted to talk about, to discuss, and I'm very, very thankful for the opportunity.
Now we have, will speak Dr. Francisco Javier Mesa from the Catholic University. Francisco, go ahead, please. Yes, perfect. It works well. Thank you so much. I will put a timing clock here. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. It is a pleasure to be able to share with this panel members, and also, if we're still online, to say hello to Walter Verkin, who we are friends now for many years. My excuses for the ones who do not are native in Spanish, but I can express myself a little better in Spanish than in English, so that I hope this works well. It is a challenge to talk about a climate change for the ones who we've been so long in this, because of course there's almost a trend that we should look at this starting from greenhouse gases emissions, the alteration of the planet's energy, and also an implication on the weather or climate. We, as an instrument or tool, we use simulation models, computers that tell us which will be the behavior, the climate variables in the future, according to the different issues. But I will try to do something a little bit different today. I will mention a collective experiment that we will carry out, and we will go to our imagination and our perception. So I will invite all of you, since you're all more or less older than 10 years, you can look at the previous 10 years of the reality within the country. Okay? This has been the 10 driest years that the central area of Chile has had. Up to such point that I would say there isn't a record. The records we have from 1800s. If we would go back further, we might find evidence of this nature. But this has been the biggest and longest drought. Not the most intense, but the longest drought that we have since we have any type of records. This is more or less if we were a company and we had consecutively have red figures, or red numbers, or red results. If we were students, no, you get a bad grade. It could happen, right? But if in the last 12 tests you have a negative outcome, it's suspicious, right? Another example, if you were players of a soccer team in San Vicente Tahuatahua and you would beat Colo-Colo in the last 6 matches, you would also say, this is something suspicious, right? Yes. That's what we're living today. There are reasons to be able to lay out what's happening in the last few years, climate-wise. Yes, there's a La Niña phenomenon that has been present. It's true that we have a warm spot in the Pacific Sea. A research of co-workers that are doing from the University of Chile. But I look at this and I say, you know what? This is a signal maybe of a larger trend, right? And I want to bring you to my area. My area is not so much the climate, but it translates climate within different areas or different sectors. When you have 10 consecutive years of a drought, very interesting things happen. Like, for example, that our most important drinking water company starts getting very nervous, and they have to start saying, we must do something here. They have done investments for one thing related to climate change, which has to do with settling ponds for extreme events, and that way to assure the continuity of supplies, water supply. But when you have 10 years of consecutive drought, you start saying, why don't we interact closely with the other users of the water from Santiago and see how we can help each other, because we're at the borderline. Rio Maipo is very interesting. Rio Maipo has the Maipo River has a flow. In January, it could have more than 100 cubic meters per second. And if you take this in averages of the entire years that the water supply for all users, urban users, agricultural and industrial users, it has been enough. Currently, we find ourselves in a situation that if it continues, we must be intelligent to manage the basis and allocate resources in a different way. We must invest in efficiency, we must invest in new sources, and we have to reduce demand in a substantial way. 10 or 12 years of drought means that vegetation has adapted itself to drier conditions than our Mediterranean ecosystem. We're trying to build a drought index based on vegetation, not mineralogy, that could let us know the different species, right? What's really happening? Are we losing an amount of vegetation, which is surprising, with the impact of the ecosystem, with the impact in the water regulation, impacts in biodiversity, which are very large, and it will generate many issues. Wildfire seasons. This has been one of the most active ones. Regarding this climate change, Walter is totally right. These are phenomena that empower themselves. I'm not saying that climate change or what we're currently living is responsible of the forest fires or wildfires. A great part of them are from a human cause, with intention. How do they propagate? It has to do with the area, how we use the area, and the size they get to. That's considered with the climate. So this is a swing. If the mom's pushing, but then the big brother comes in and says, I'll help you, and pushes the swing a lot harder. Yeah, I stopped. At the end, I fell to the ground. So therefore, we have fires of 400,000 hectares that were lost. That's to put it in a different perspective. That's a huge problem when we want to mitigate climate change. The neutral carbon strategy says that fortunately we have woods and natural ecosystems that can capture. So therefore what we have to do is to deviate until what we emit is what we can capture. That is the strategy. And probably a cost-efficient strategy. I have my doubts of how ambitious it is, but we are at ease in that layer, which is the ecosystem. In the year 2017 was the first time that the forestry sector was a net emitter, because we have fires of this size. So that's enough. So our carbon neutral strategy is committed. So what we are currently living is the most biggest and scariest exercise of the climate change. It's that. The heat waves, vegetation that develops itself ahead of time, transmission of diseases, issues in the supply of resources. We're not at a level that we're committing food security, but since water is one of the main things, agricultural activity without water, it would be less efficient and less productive, and of course will not be capable of exporting it, but possibly to supply one of these basic goods for our population. We can give you different numbers. As an example, Puerto Montt, an area that for us is that it's a rainy area, right? Of around 1,800 millimeters per year, has lost 40% of their rain drop during summertime. It's fantastic for tourism. The people in the Los Lagos region, they had few days of rain. The issues that the hills, the vegetation, the rhythm in which glaciers and snow melt, it changes. So this, we should look at this very, very slowly, because it is the most iconic way that we will be able to anticipate climate change. I have 2 minutes left. I know that I excuse myself, but for the people who are not, who are looking us via streaming, here there's a slide, Atlas of Climate Risks. Chile has a scientific strength that's very interesting in climate change. There's thinking centers that do things not of the size that the Columbia University could do. So welcome to all the alliances and all the type of cooperation. That possibility really gets us enthusiastic about it. And the Ministry of Environment is one of the most trained person in climate change. But apart, the public sector, the Environmental Ministry, Agricultural Ministry, and the Public Works Ministry have also been, some ways, they've been pushing of generating knowledge regarding climate change. Why? Because we must deliver updates, national information, a status of how our environmental system is, and we have been doing this for the last 10 years. Around 2018, 2019, we wanted to introduce this for COP 25, that supposedly was in Santiago, and then at the end it was carried out in Madrid, and we carried out this Atlas of Climate Risks. And I invite you to look at this, and you can see the magnitude of what we did. We coordinated the work of different stakeholders. There are 31 research centers that provided information and made it available. These are the things that we were able to do within 1 year. We worked with threat indicators for the future and the present for climate change. We worked in 12 areas: agricultural, forestry, resources, water resources, electrical infrastructure, mining, port systems. As I say, it's not perfect, but it's close to what I thought about. There could be certain criticism, but it's a base of information that's systemized that we had never had before. We had this in paper, but in paper it's difficult to process this. Now we can download terabytes of data, and many things can be done. I had the opportunity of being the inauguration of the Military Polytechnic Academy, and the challenge is to connect climate change with your day-to-day, the logistics, the security issues you will have. Each one has that task, and here there's a world of information. 30 seconds. I've been over time now. I've been extending myself. An idea. It just came to my Eduardo Galeano. I don't know if it belongs to him, but it comes with a video about talking about Udemy. But in synthesis, Eduardo Galeano says Udemy is there up front, far away, right? And I move 2 steps, and Udemy moves ahead 5 steps. I try to go ahead 10 steps further, and it keeps getting away from me. So the question is why it's utopian for? It is useful for that, to walk. Climate change is a bit the same. We won't solve this. This is not something, oh, here's the answer for this. This is technology. This is the way. No, we won't solve this. It'll be permanently challenging us because our models, our way of thinking are still limited. But it's a huge incentive to do things better every time. Energy efficiency, water efficiency, food safety, everything is touched by climate change. We always have to consider this, and this will help us. I hopefully think that we do things better each time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Francisco, for your presentation and for sharing this Atlas of Climate Risks. This could be seen in the webpage, I imagine. It's in the portal of the Environmental Ministry in arclim.mda.gov.cl. So it's available for anyone who wants to look at this there. Thank you for that information. And to finish now, we will have as a presenter Juan Carlos Gobet, who will talk to us about green energy transitions. And then afterwards, we will have a round of Q&A round where we want the audience to participate and also the people who are online. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here. I want to add myself to the memory of Karen Ponesic. I sat in the same position as her in the mining ministry. Also, I'm a father of all daughters that have opened the way for other women. It's just a point open to admire. What I would try to do is basically to talk about energy transition and green energy transition, and I will mention some possible implications for the safety of the region. Even though I said I'm an expert in safety, but I will mention two possible safety implications that I see as safety or security in the national safety or all the governments, but also in a more human, in people's lives. And I think it is important when we talk about energy transition to understand that energy transitions in its essence has to do how do we stop using or consuming fossil fuels, which are responsible for 70% of the greenhouse gases, how we stop using fossil fuels and we start using renewable energy as energy sources. And that process in different countries is a bit different, but in essence it's all the same. It has to do with producing a lot of electricity or power from wind or sun and other renewable resources, and they use that clean energy in order to replace everything we do in our economies and transportation with electromobility in our homes, heating our houses or cooling our houses with heat pumps, right? And that way also in industries. That is like the framework which I will mention. And the more general type of question is how can we achieve this transition, this energy transition? Getting the benefits that it has, basically reducing emissions, but minimizing the potential negative effects of that transition has in terms of environmental, economically, and others. And the last thing I want to say is a framework to talk about Latin America. It's hard because Latin America, there are many diverse countries. Sometimes when you look at Latin America far away, it's seen as a homogeneous package. And all the countries in Latin America are different. I will talk about implications using Chile, but being aware that Chile is not the same as all the rest of the countries. This has to do with the effect that this energy transition will have for the countries who are large oil and gas producers, which are many in the region. We have Venezuela, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina. What effect will this have in the reduction of fossil fuel demands in the economy of these countries and the fiscal incomes of those governments and their currency, employment, etc., etc. It's not an issue that I will talk, but I think in an energy and safety agenda, it is an important issue to talk about. The first thing, and I will basically mention four areas in which I see relevant implications of this green energy transition. First of all is the phase out of fossil fuels. I believe that for the countries like Chile, who have a lot of renewable resources, that's a great part of the countries of the region have. It's good news. We will reduce our how we depend on fossil fuels. Chile, 70% of their energy needs was supplied with fossil fuels that were imported. Only 30% hydroelectricity or hydropower, some renewable energy with wind and sun, and the use of a lot of wood, specifically in the southern part of the country for heating. The rest was 100% imported fossil fuels. So when we go ahead with this energy transition, we will depend less of those imported fossil fuels, which gives us more security as a government, of course, and will also allow us to reduce volatility that fuel prices have, that have direct implications for the economical safety or security of vulnerable families. It has effects on the economy because fuels are very important key consumables, and will also have a positive impact in the government income. The government was pushing the climate agenda with a lot of strength. Last year, it put almost $3 billion, 1% of the GDP, and the mechanisms to stabilize fuel prices, basically subsidizing the use of fossil fuels. When we reduce our dependency of those fossil fuels, that will alleviate the fiscal part, and we will have more security. That will generate the loss of employment, even though it's not a very intensive industry in employment. When we close the carbon generators to replace them by renewable energies, there are people that will lose their employments. Here in Chile, they are focused in 5 areas, and they're very important for local economies. When we close those fossil fuel generators, and we can help them to convert to green energy, and we can talk about other examples. For example, electromobility. When we stop using fossil fuels in our vehicles, what happened with the people that work in that industry currently? Second is the deployment or the development of many renewable energy projects. What is the implication of this? First of all, we will have access to clean power or clean energy that's cleaner and of course cheaper, and that's good for the families and the country. It makes it more competitive and more resilient. Now, our electrical system, when we stop burning fossil fuels, we become dependent on renewable energies, which is what we want, but that also makes us more vulnerable to the effects of climate change. For example, droughts means that our capacity of power generating with hydroelectricity has suffered very much during the last few years. So it's good that we do not depend on fossil fuels, but it adds certain lack of security on our energy, because on wind, we have seen some regions of the world that the wind patterns change, given the climate change, and that affects at the same time the resiliency of the system. The other thing that's also important to mention is that we could go ahead to a more regional integration. We could have an electrical system that's more resilient if it's connected with other countries within the region. Even though all the countries have a good resources to generate renewable energy, we have a good sun up in the north, we have good wind specifically in the south, so more regional interconnection would make Latin America as a whole to have a power system and more resilient economy. But the political economy of that integration is more complex. We had a period where we built 7 gas pipes with Argentina, and for housing and industry. As we know, that supply was interrupted, which made it difficult on the Chilean economy, and that was already left behind. There's no hard feelings with the Argentinians, but that agenda, the tensions with Bolivia, remember the statements that we will not sell any, Bolivia will not sell any gas to Chile, and the political economy for this integration is complex. But if we were able to push this in that way, to have a common electrical and energy system that we will be more integrated. Now, migration to renewable energy that's cheaper and cleaner will allow us to be more competitive, not only in the electrical area, but also in other areas of the economy. For example, water desalination, its main consumable, its power. If we're able to produce low-cost renewable energy, we could desalinate water at low cost, not only desalinate it, but pump it from the coastal area to the valleys or to the mining companies that consume a lot of water. So therefore, we can use clean energy to have data centers. They've invested in Chile more than $2.5 billion in data centers because moving electricity at different places in the world is expensive. To promote data is cheap. We have fiber optics networks instead of installing data center where electricity is dirty and expensive. We install it in Chile and we move data. So to clean the energy system, to clean this out, it's like cleaning your blood. It allows you to clean all the areas of the economy. Transportation, data centers, water desalination, for example, agricultural activities. Agricultural activities are suffering by the climate change. Locations are moving towards the south, but if we're able to desalinate water, we could use hectares that are desert in the north to produce agricultural products. And we have more of food assurance. It is important that this development of renewable energy in different places has to be done respecting local communities and minimizing the effects on biodiversity, or else the safety of those communities will be affected. Maybe an additional point to this, in countries that are still not, they have differences, specifically Latin America, how do we split the cost of renewable resources and infrastructure? Because that we already saw that in 2019, that feeling or that perception of inequality, right, could have any consequences of what we lived during that period. So how do we distribute the costs and benefits of that transition is very important. This transition is also bringing a lot of investment, foreign investment. And we in this power generation system for 10 to 15 years ago, it was an area that was concentrated in a few stakeholders. Currently, we have many stakeholders from many countries in the world, and that strengthens our links with this country with other commercial partners. And that, of course, makes our country safer, that we have more interdependency with other economies. Those countries has a vast interest in our country, so therefore they want us to do well, and that makes a more resilient country. There are complex areas also in direct foreign investments. For example, in Chile in the last few years, Chinese companies have bought critical infrastructure for electricity to companies that distribute more than 55% of electricity within the country belong to Chinese companies. Chile has very good regulations to take care of the end user's interest, but this is complex. What are the safeguards that we will take, if we will take them, in order to regulate the foreign investments in assets or critical infrastructure? What reaction will that create in other commercial partners? The States, for example, that has relations with other tensions with other commercial partners like China. How that geopolitical safety, I think that's an open question that we also have to consider. And of course, foreign investments has global investment institutions that are lending money to those projects, and therefore they align their interests with Chile's interest. And the last thing I want to say, considering time, I also see a point in international trade. Chile, I hope that in a few more years, could be a supplier of clean energy, for example, green ammonium from green hydrogen. We're already exporting fuels from hydrogen from Magallanes to Germany, Japan, Korea. Countries in Asia have shown a lot of interest, and also many countries from the European Union and eventually the US. And that, of course, strengthening our links with other countries in the world, but also can generate tensions. We are seeing what has happened with the IRA and Inflation Reduction Act, which is a policy that has nothing to do with inflation, but very important subsidies in order to encourage investment in green energy. But it has some restrictions, so those subsidies can be received. The products or the consumables of those electrical cars must come from partner countries, countries that are partners from the U.S. Chilean copper, for example, great part of which is processed in China, doesn't qualify, but its origin is from Chile, but it was processed or refined in China. That's generating tensions with the European Union also, that could put their position of their industry in a lesser fair condition between Chile, the U.S., and Europe. How do we avoid not finding ourselves in the middle in different issues with the commercial trade partners? So I believe, in summary, that the energy bring benefits in terms of safety for the region, but it has complex points that we have to review with time, and that's why I celebrate that we have moments like this, and we start thinking about this in a more systematic way, because the consequences will be seen in the short term. Thank you so much, Juan Carlos.
Y a continuación
And now we have some time for questions. We've got 10 minutes. Questions from the audience and also the audience connected online. We will try to alternate between questions from the audience present here and from the audience online. Please, could you tell us who the question is addressed to? Good morning. My name is Sebastian Ruiz. I'm a researcher at the Catholic University in engineering. I have a question for the last speaker. I think that it's interesting for everybody. Many ideas. Transition, I know it's complex, but we know that the startup always has a very large obstacle, and it's because Chile has come to the club of political stability. So we can't forget this, and my question is, how can we, on the long term, have the agreements and necessary confidence so this is not abandoned or dropped halfway? Because, of course, lots of efforts and resources are dedicated to it. How do we see this, how can this rhyme with political instability on the long term? Do each one question at a time? There's a question from the online audience. Next question says, of all the threats and risks that are already affecting Latin America, which are the most dangerous for human life? Okay, well, I'll start with the first questions. Thank you, Sebastian, for the question. It's, of course, the million-dollar question. It's very difficult to answer, and I'll just try to say something. Political instability in Chile, of course, is a fact. It's been like that for the past years. I believe that we've talked about economy, energy transition, investment, but I think the bottleneck, of course, is the political system in Chile. We have a good system, political or good system with parties, election system, and this enables us or enables interaction with Congress to work well. There are better public policies. People feel better represented. And I think that is a starting point for other things, of course, to flow behind that. I believe that I'm optimistic that we will be able to solve this, but we don't know, of course. So I do believe that when we talk about with foreign investors and commercial partners, sometimes political instability in Chile, I don't want to minimize it, but sometimes we look at it in a more dramatic way than it really is. And more dramatic inside than from outside. Very often foreigners understand that this is part of a process of a country that was transformed very lately, and the adaptations didn't come as fast as the adaptation of the society, and it's an adjustment process, and there is general confidence that Chileans are sensible people and moderated, and we've shown this, and that this will go into the right direction. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball, but I'm optimistic. I think that this will happen. I'm very optimistic because of the foreigners who say that Chile will do well. Any of the panel members wants to answer the other question? What threats could damage human life most? That is the question of $999,999. It's very difficult to answer. This is it. This or these are the 4, 5, 7 most difficult problems. If there is one characteristic of climate change, it is that the combination of the effect of climate with the local realities and the system make that priorities are different, right? I could say, well, for Chile, water and scarcity is one of the most important problems. But if you go to Buenos Aires, they'll say, well, we've got lots of water. Well, for us, the water problem is that we have an excess of water. So it's very difficult to say which is this one. If we establish a connection between a climate system and social system and an ecological system, and those three are vulnerable, then I think that is where our priority must lie. So if this means that climate change, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, these things enhance each other, and that's where we have to place our focus and our emphasis. So on the other hand, I think it's very complex to say, well, these are the five priority points. What if the local reality is not among these 5 points? Will I stop worrying about climate change or doing something about climate change? That's ridiculous, of course. So we constantly have to take into consideration the local context. Well, thank you very much for the answer. We would like to continue with these question and answer round, but we also have an audience that's connected, so we have to be very strict with time. We will have a brief break now of 10 minutes. Please come back soon because of all the people who are connected online. And then we will start with a second panel, which will be climate change risks and threats in regional safety, where we will continue talking about this issue. So we would like to thank Susana, Walter, Juan Carlos, Francisco for being here and for your questions. Thank you very much.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing: around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology, innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school, not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Colombia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality and the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a
Thank you, everybody. For the second session today, we will be talking about climate change, risks and threats on regional security. The session will be chaired by Paige Fortuna, who is the professor of U.S. Foreign and Security Policy in the Department of Political Science at Columbia University. Paige?
Is that on? Yes. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I apologize, first of all, for speaking in English, but my Spanish is extremely limited. And I want to thank our partners in this endeavor, the Global Center in Santiago, the Columbia Global Center, and Athena Lab. We've been planning this for quite a long time now. And it's really been wonderful working with the groups here. And thank you, everyone, for coming in person and those who are joining us remotely. When we started to think about this project on climate change and regional security, I was thinking about what we know about climate change tends to either be at a very global level, thinking about issues of cooperation or lack of cooperation on climate change, or we know quite a lot on the very micro level, what's happening in very specific places or what the effects on one country will be. But there's less in the middle level of thinking about the regional relationships and the regional security that will also be affected by climate change. So that's what we're focusing on today. And I'm joined today by 4 wonderful panelists, as in the previous panel. Some are joining us on Zoom, and some are joining us in person. And so I'd like to introduce Michael Gort, Ambassador from Canada. And our other panelist in person is Maria Emilia Undoraga. And I took so many notes in the first panel that I'm not finding my notes on introducing our panelists. Oh, please, there we are. So our first speaker today will be Ambassador Michael Gort, Ambassador of Canada to Chile. He's obviously from Canada. He's served previously in Central America and is now the ambassador here in Chile, so he has perspective over the entire Western Hemisphere. Then we will turn to one of our panelists joining us on Zoom, Commander Andrea Cameron, who is a professor at the U.S. Naval War College and the founding director of the Climate and Human Security Group. Then our third panelist, also on Zoom, a colleague from Columbia University, Dr. Josh Fisher, who is the director of a program called AC4, or the Advanced Consortium on Conflict and Complexity, that was part of the Earth Institute, which is now being folded into the new climate school at Columbia University, which we at Columbia are all very excited about. And he works on ecological drivers of armed conflict. And then finally, Maria Emilia Undurraga, who is a former Minister of Agriculture of Chile, trained as a sociologist and an agronomist, and now the Dean of the Department of, what did you tell me it was called? Department of Nature, which to be the Dean of Nature is really something. So thank you all for joining us, and I'll turn it to Ambassador Gort.
Can I use yours?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Fortna, and buenos días a todas y todos. Voy a comenzar con unas palabras en español, pero después voy a hacer mi presentación principal en inglés y me parece muy oportuno estar aquí en este momento, ya que en Chile hemos visto la temporada de
Seen this, we've been through this season of forest fires that's been the worst in the past decades, and I would like to say that we're very much affected by this, and of course we are thinking of all those who have lost friends and family and who have lost their houses and jobs. And of course I have to mention too that today, March 8th, I imagine that many people have already said that this is the International Women's Day, and we know that climate change affects the entire world, but it affects the world in different ways, and we know. And there we see that women and children and marginalized groups experience the impacts of climate change in a different way, and the realities are different. Ahora voy a cambiarme al inglés. No quiero dificultarle la vida.
I thank Athena Lab, Juan Pablo Toro, and also Columbia University for inviting me. And it's a pleasure to be with the other speakers on the panel. I've been asked to speak on the impact of climate change on security in the Canadian context. However, I think the threats that we face in Canada, the challenges that we're living, obviously, are very similar to those in the rest of the region and also across the globe. And if it's okay with you, Paige, I'll start with the Canadian context, but obviously you're interested also what's going on globally, regionally, and I'll share, if time permits, a few thoughts on that issue. And since I'm the first speaker here, I'll just state the obvious, and I imagine the previous panel probably addressed this, but the direct impacts of climate change are visible and known, and include polar warming, sea level rise, and coastal erosion, reduced predictability and dependability of weather systems, something I'm going to speak to in a few minutes, increased incidence and/or severity of extreme weather events, such as heat waves, fires, hurricanes, droughts, flooding, and in Canada, of course, severe winter storms. And I'm very glad to be in Chile because we're living through those winter storms at the moment in Canada. And the increased occurrence of such events obviously presents a real and imminent danger. And mainly because climate change acts as a risk or threat multiplier. By interacting with other variables, and these indirectly affect human security, national security, and of course international peace and security. And earlier in my introduction, I was speaking about the recent forest fires here in Chile. We've had them in Canada as well, and these of course have been exacerbated by drought and exceptionally high temperatures. And the indirect impacts of these, of course, are damage and degradation of critical infrastructure, the loss, the disruption of food security and economic activity, and of course also the loss of both lives and livelihoods, something that we witnessed here we've witnessed here in the last few weeks. And in other states which are fragile due to poor governance or conflict, or high population growth, other factors as well. Climate change can contribute or exacerbate intrastate or interstate conflict, humanitarian crises, and climate change-induced human displacements within states or across borders. So again, I think I'm not saying anything new or innovative. But even in relatively wealthy countries like Chile and Canada, the effects of climate change will stress domestic response capacity, including security and financial resources, and could also reduce the resources available to deal with government priorities and other threats. And this is a big concern, obviously, for us. Let me just move to my next. So on the Canadian context more specifically, I want to speak about two main climate-related security challenges and tell you a little bit about how we're trying to deal with them in Canada. And the first is the one that I spoke to initially, weather-related natural disasters. And I would say that due to the scale and the frequency of natural disasters in Canada, civilian authorities are actually increasingly relying on the Canadian Armed Forces to support disaster response, which in Canada includes floods, forest fires, and winter storms. And I just want to share an anecdote. You know, not so long ago, in 1999, I was living in Canada at the time. We had the mayor of Toronto in those days was a guy called Mel Lastman, and following a couple of back-to-back winter storms in Toronto that dumped, I think, something like 100 centimeters of snow in the city, he called in the army. He asked for the army to come in and help. Get rid of the snow, and as a result of that, in 1999, he kind of became the laughingstock of Canadians, of the provinces and the municipalities. And I think if Twitter had been around then, we would have seen a lot of memes about Mel Lastman calling in the army. But people aren't laughing so much anymore. And more than 20 years later, it was the Minister of Defense himself, Harjit Sajjan, who in 2021 put the army on standby when a catastrophic wildfire basically incinerated the small town of Lytton in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. 90% of the village, including most homes, went up in smoke, and the fires that devastated that town and the community were facilitated by the 2021 Western North American heat wave, with temperatures that reached almost 50 degrees centigrade, which is, I think, 122 Fahrenheit for our American friends and colleagues. And so the involvement of our armed forces in response to natural disasters has broadly doubled every 5 years since 2010. And disaster-related deployments that were taking place only once every other year are now occurring multiple times per year. In fact, they're occurring so often that the Canadian Armed Forces now have a strategy called Operation Lentis, which is basically to manage the response to these severe weather disasters. And the number and scale of people who are deployed is obviously based on the scale of the natural disaster. And in Canada, this has been anywhere from 60 to 2,600 members of the armed forces in a single year. It also includes, obviously, the use of Navy ships, of aircraft, of other vehicles and equipment in order to address these issues. And maybe what I can say about that is that while military personnel involvement in floods and forest fires has certainly helped to strengthen the brand of the Canadian Armed Forces, and is generally welcomed by the Canadian population, I personally wonder whether it is the most appropriate and financially sustainable use of highly trained personnel who've been, trained for combat purposes or peacekeeping, whether it is really appropriate for them to be involved in these kinds of operations. And And maybe that's why our own Department of Defense has stated very clearly that armed forces personnel should only be used as a last resort when no other government organizations, federal or provincial, have the capacity to respond. And of course, that's happening more and more, unfortunately. So I want to turn to the second challenge for us in the north, and that's the rising temperature in the Arctic region, in our polar region. And as you know, both Canada and Chile share this. We share a whole lot of stuff, but especially the fact that we're both stewards of the polar regions, the planet's polar regions, which are being affected by climate change at a faster rate than other parts of the globe. And according to some estimates, the Arctic has been warming 4 times faster than the rest of the globe, and Arctic sea ice is shrinking at a rate of 13% per decade. So there's going to be a whole lot left pretty soon. And of course, for us, and I think for Chile, the polar regions represent an important international crossroads where issues of climate change, international trade, and geopolitics intersect. And the melting of glaciers and ice cap carries security and livelihood implications. Obviously, there are challenges. There will be opportunities as well, but notably for local indigenous peoples in Canada's north, and obviously for coastal people worldwide. And the Canadian Armed Forces anticipate climate change will increasingly affect the safety, the security, and the livelihoods of Indigenous peoples and other Canadians in the north, threaten critical defense infrastructure, and bring added demands to support, as I said earlier, domestic emergency response, as well as search and rescue operations. And climate change, together with the advancements in technologies, is leading obviously to a much more ice-free and accessible Arctic. A decade ago, few states or firms had the ability to operate in the Arctic, but today we know that commercial actors from around the world seek to share in the longer-term benefits of an accessible Arctic. Including natural resource exploration, fishing, and obviously tourism, among others. And this also includes states such as Russia and China, which obviously have a growing interest in enhancing their military, their commercial, and their industrial presence in the Arctic, with potentially far-reaching geopolitical consequences. And according to Canada's own Chief of the Defense Staff and top military commander, General Wayne Eyre, and I quote, in the decades to come, that tenuous hold that we, Canada, have on our sovereignty at the extremities of this nation is going to come under increasing challenge. And it is because of these challenges that we face and that we've identified that we are increasingly integrating climate change as a key factor in our defense and our international security policies and planning, including our 2017 defense policy, which is called Strong, Secure, Engaged, and in the departmental plans of our Department of National Defense and Global Affairs Canada, our Foreign Ministry. So as a result, we expect to have improved mobility and reach in Canada's northernmost territories and pursue a greater presence in the Arctic over the long term. And this is underway, starting with the commissioning of 6 Arctic offshore patrol ships, of which 2 are already operational. And obviously to support the ships, we're going to need new ports. We have now a Canadian Forces naval facility in Nanisivik, which is actually 700 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle on Baffin Island, Nunavut. And it should be operational in 2023, in this year actually. And obviously other deep sea ports for commercial purposes, including shipping, fishing, and tourism, are at various stages of implementation. I'm going to switch now to what we're doing globally and regionally. I can speak a little bit about specifically the Americas, Chile, but I can also leave that maybe for later if we're beginning to run out of time. I want to talk about NATO and the fact that the impact of climate change on defense and security requires a concerted global approach, and this has been well recognized by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and it's why within NATO, Canada is actually leading on the implementation of the alliance's climate change and security action plan. And in June of last year, at the NATO summit in Madrid, our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, formally announced that Canada would actually establish the NATO Climate Change and Security Center of Excellence in Montreal. And the purpose of the center is actually to drive and support collective awareness of the impacts of climate change and develop adaptation and mitigation efforts across the alliance and its partners. So obviously something to keep an eye on as it becomes operational. And then the second thing I'd like to talk about is our new Indo-Pacific strategy, Canada's new Indo-Pacific strategy. And I know I've talked a little bit about it with Juan Pablo. We all know the growing significance of the Indo-Pacific region, home to the largest population in the world, and really the world's new economic center of gravity, likely to make up 2/3 of the world's middle class by 2030, and over half of global GDP by 2040. And Canada recognizes this and has just published for the first time, in fact, we didn't often refer to the Indo-Pacific as a region until last year, but we've published for the first time an Indo-Pacific strategy. And this lays out how our government will be stepping up its footprint, its capabilities, and also its engagement in the region, partly in response to China, that is increasingly aggressive and disruptive, and is actually seeking to rewrite the global rules-based order that it has benefited from for so long. So, given that the Indo-Pacific actually accounts for more than half of global emissions, and this is where I get to climate change, and for most of the world's transboundary pollution, from plastics and marine litter to air pollution, our strategy, and I'm not going to get into the other details of the strategy, but actually includes addressing environmental needs and priorities of our partners in the region through targeted and responsive engagement in line with our global commitments to effective action on combating climate change, reducing environmental degradation, and of course, fostering sustainable development. Canada will also support the region's low carbon and clean energy transition, as no region will be more consequential than the Indo-Pacific in shaping our ability to meet and exceed our global commitments and targets on climate change. We will also support sustainable and climate resilient infrastructure in the region through this Indo-Pacific strategy, using responsive investments with the highest potential for gender responsive development impact. And our strategy will also enable Canada to share expertise on disaster risk resilience, help Indo-Pacific countries adapt and mitigate the results of climate-induced disasters and climate partnerships. I don't know how I'm doing for time, but I can stop there and...
Yeah, maybe let's stop.
Yeah, does that make sense? Okay, all right, okay, thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Gort. We'll turn now to Commander Andrea Cameron, who's joining us on Zoom.
Much to Columbia University and Paige Fortna for including me in this event today. You can hear me? So with so many exceptional government leaders and scholars as part of this event today, I thought I'd briefly present in two areas on the topic they wanted me to talk about, which was climate change as a security variable. So first, I'll give a political scientist academic perspective that probably picks up on the opening remarks given by Professor Jack Snyder. And then I'll give my brief military perspective, probably a preview for the following panel. I'd like to note that everything I say today is my own thoughts and does not represent the Naval War College, the Department of the Navy, or the US government. So if you look classically that politics can be defined as the authoritative distribution of resources, another way to look at that is determining who gets what, when, and how. What we do know is that climate change is already altering the dynamics of how we determine who gets what, when, and how. And in this sense, the issues in regional security is that different regions will experience climate change impacts differently, as many of our speakers today have discussed. So this places additional level of tension on the who gets what, when, and how, because the leaders will have to make increasingly more choices about the resources they have available and where they go. We experienced this in the United States. The ambassador just talked about it in Canada. And this is very similar to the southern part of South America as well, because you have a wide variety of emerging climate hazards that will needed to be dealt with regionally and nationally. Now, myself as a political scientist, I'm looking at kind of this study of the institutions, the behaviors, the decision-making, and the processes. One thing that is exceptional about all these kind of political science theories and the actual practical systems we've built, whether they're political, economic, or social, is that they've all been built on the assumption of a stable climate, which has existed for the last couple hundred years. And this leads to the grand political science questions of climate change. How does the changing climate affect the foundations of these institutions and processes that we've built? Can we socially construct equity into society and decision-making, like through the climate and environmental justice movements? Or will a liberal approach work, like what John Ruggie suggested? Are our international institutions sufficiently fit for purpose to address climate change in the timeframe needed to have results? We are trying this. This is particularly evident in the mitigation targets set forth in the Paris Climate Agreement and our own respective nationally determined contributions. Or what we may see is kind of this return to devolving into a more realist approach where every state focuses on themselves, less concerned about stability of their neighbors, or perhaps even intrastate tensions will arise as well. Adaptation measures can have the potential to do this, sometimes causing more harm than good. This is why regional tensions can emerge. There's a wide range of policy choices that we have to address climate change. Many of them have been discussed today. And these can lead to positive security outcomes, negative security outcomes, or sometimes we can just take action that has very little impact at all. So based on all of this, what do we as political scientists and global leaders need to understand to the best of our ability, which policy interventions lead to the positive security outcomes? When Paige first invited me to come talk today, she suggested the talk, Climate Change as a Security Variable, which appealed to me as a political scientist because there is a good bit of work being done on kind of establishing the climate to conflict pathways. So I thought I'd really just kind of hone in on that briefly. When you're looking at climate change as a security variable, what we're trying to do is attempt to calculate the risk involved. And to do this, there's a couple, kind of three categories to consider. First is, what are the climate hazards themselves? What is the exposure to risk? Is it drought, heat waves, flooding, wildfires, or sea level rise? That affects all of our countries. Now, we're kind of fortunate, and the state of the science is doing a better and better job in modeling these climate hazards. Most importantly, none of these hazards are drawn where respect the lines on the map. So they make some regional hazards that require regional solutions. The second set of variables is where it gets trickier, and these are the additional risk factors. I'll give some examples for your consideration, because they're often measured when we look at elements of state fragility. One factor is, what is the primary source of employment for the people working in a country? Countries that are highly dependent on agriculture, livestock management, forestry, and fishing are particularly vulnerable to climate hazards. Another compounding factor might be poverty, because it leads to fewer safety nets due to limited resources. In addition, are there subsets of the population who are marginalized from political or economic engagement? These might be ethnic, religious, cultural, or socioeconomic groups. And this is particularly true when those groups don't have an established venue to address grievances. Because of their lack of political options, they might tend to resort to violence to get their voice and needs heard. And finally, recent unrest within a country and armed conflict can weaken the governance structures to address it and possibly lead to a resurgence of violence if there's still unresolved points of friction. So this is our second category of factors, this additional risk factor. So you have the climate hazards plus these additional risk factors. Now, third is the government responses. And this might be where we might have the greatest impact to increase resilience in the decisions of who gets what, when, and how. Does the state have the capacity to make decisions regarding climate hazards before, during, and after events? This is why we have the opportunity to work regionally. The climate hazards and the additional risk factors both tend to cross the lines on the map. So we tend to think of those across the lines, but we think of solutions within the lines. But we need to think of them more regionally because of the way the threats present themselves. So in sum, the likelihood that a country will experience climate-related armed conflict is a function of these three interrelating elements: the country's exposure to climate hazards, the additional risk factors, and the government's responses. What political scientists are trying to do is figure out which of these variables lead to tension, hostility, instability, and conflict. And the better we understand these pathways to conflict, we at home and with our partners can work to develop interventions that lead to the positive security outcomes. In addition to the exceptional work being done at Columbia University, if you're interested further in this type of research, I recommend some of the work by my colleague, Joshua Busby. Now, my second thought today is a brief comment about the role of militaries in addressing climate change. In general, to increase the likelihood of cooperation in political, economic, and science sectors, which is really where we focus our climate negotiations, it's broadly accepted that we do not securitize climate change. In addition, good governance, development, and diplomacy should be the key sectors of engagement. I make no argument with any of those incredibly important points. But if we move forward with our understanding that stability is strongest when a state has the capacity to absorb the shocks of a climate stress, then the defense sector is a large part of state capacity that's an available resource. The ambassador from Canada gave a great example of how many ways this is being used within his country. I will point to the two countries directly, the United States, my own, and Chile. So in the United States, for legal reasons, we only use the military as a last resort, and we're primarily excluded from domestic response. It's only when local and federal civil systems are beyond capacity that we consider how to use these military resources. And for those reasons, we don't necessarily prioritize on how to capitalize on all the available resources. And now I'm going to juxtapose that with my colleagues in Chile, who have a well-developed system of integrating the defense community as part of the first responders. This is an essential emergency management option, particularly in times of crisis response. When people have asked me for years which countries do this well, Chile is always top of my list as an example of how civil and defense sectors can work together in this type of operation. And once again, if we tie it back to the theory that stability is enhanced by the most robust state capacity being prepared, then the Chilean approach is a one to emulate. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to contribute to this event, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Now we turn to Josh Fisher, also joining us on Zoom.
Hola, ¿me escuchas?
Yes.
Perfecto. Pues bueno, muy buenos días a todos y feliz Día Internacional de la Mujer. Mi nombre es Joshua Fisher, soy investigador y director de un centro de investigación en la Universidad de Columbia, enfocado en el nexo entre paz, conflicto y la sostenibilidad ambiental. Muchísimas gracias al personal del equipo de esta conferencia por la
the team of
invitación,
this
también
conference for the invitation,
Dr. Paige
and
Fortner.
also Dr. Paige
Es un
Fortner.
placer.
It's a pleasure to be here with you today. For the rest of my comments, I will speak in English. Bien, entonces gracias a todos por la
It's
oportunidad.
a really important topic that we're here to discuss, and I appreciate the chance to contribute. Many of my remarks are going to be complementary to what's already been said. So in the interest of time, I'll try and keep them rather short, and just try and tie together some of the points that some of my previous colleagues have made. This morning, I'd like to discuss the theme of climate and security and the ways in which these are linked in Latin America. For much of the last 10 years, I've spent a lot of my time as both a researcher, doing some of the quantitative modeling that Commander Cameron discussed, as well as a practitioner or a science policy advisor. I've worked quite extensively in several parts of Latin America using social and natural sciences to support decision-making at the very local level regarding peace, conflict, sustainability, environmental management, as well as peace building. So I come with sort of a grounded perspective to this discussion, but I'm also a global north researcher and scholar. So I have certain blind spots and a certain limited perspective. So for preparation for this panel this morning, I spent a lot of time reviewing some of the recent scientific literature, some of the recent empirical modeling, and some of the policy work from my colleagues in the Latin American region, some of whom I will reference today. So there are three main points that I'd like to reinforce today, and if you take nothing from my comments, these are the three key highlights. In terms of the climate, conflict, insecurity, or security linkages, the first point is that climate change and climate variability are not direct causes of insecurity in the region. Instead, they multiply threats or catalyze existing social grievances and fractures into conflicts and points of insecurity. So climate change itself, not a cause of conflict, rather, as previous colleagues have mentioned, a threat multiplier or a catalyst for conflict. And the second point for my comments is that in the short term, the near term, sort of as my colleague Walter was mentioning now, this destabilizing impacts of both sudden onset climate anomalies and slower onset cumulative anomalies. These destabilizing impacts are felt more at the local level and more intranationally inside countries rather than across borders. That said, longer term anomalies and our longer term time horizons, we really need to start thinking about how we can restructure our national institutions as well as international institutions for greater regional stability and greater regional resilience. And the third point that I'll try and briefly touch on is that the institutional context of many countries in the region amplifies the vulnerabilities associated with environmental justice, climate justice, and broader social justice, making it difficult to adequately plan and implement effective adaptation and mitigation strategies. So as we work to redesign the institutions, we need to keep justice, equity, and collaboration really at the forefront of our policymaking. So I'll touch on each of these briefly and then leave time for questions and our other colleague on the panel. So with regard to the first point, climate change is an indirect threat or a risk multiplier. As Commander Cameron discussed, there's been a real surge in the academic literature looking at the linkages of climate and conflict, and particularly the ways in which, or the pathways through which, climate drives insecurity and conflict. On the large N, or empirical modeling side, there's been a lot of work, and fabulous work, both in Latin America and abroad, that highlights some of the key linkages, the ways in which temperature extremes, for instance, give rise to conflict, the ways that flood events lead to migration, which lead then to destabilizing of recipient countries or cities or regions. The problem with the empirical literature right now, at least as I see it, is that a lot of the findings, the statistically significant findings, the patterns that we're seeing, are scale dependent. So they hold at a certain temporal scale, a certain spatial scale, a certain social scale. But as soon as we start to either zoom in or zoom out, those trends and patterns quickly lose their significance, lose their statistical power, and we lose our ability to generalize broadly. And so there's been a lot of really great qualitative work and case study work that takes a more micro look at what's happening in the region, what these linkages are, and fills in some of the nuance that the empirical studies and the large N studies can't have. And this work has been really fundamental for some policymaking, for some coordination among regional actors. However, it has that same sort of scale dependency that makes it difficult to extrapolate lessons for broader regional and broader long-term policymaking, especially around adaptation, mitigation, and conflict prevention or peace building. And there's some great theoretical work also coming out of the region that's really foundational and fundamental, but again, difficult to implement. So despite these limitations, there's a general consensus that I see in the academic literature, at least, that climate, conflict, and security linkages in Latin America are under-researched. We just don't have enough high-quality studies coming out that are specific to this region to really provide the evidence base for informed policymaking. So there's a need to build this evidence base. That said, there's also a general consensus in the region that climate is an indirect driver of conflict and insecurity rather than a direct cause, as I said earlier. And the pathways through which this linkage exists, they tend to exacerbate different sorts of social grievances, different sorts of policy conflicts. But broadly, they can be grouped into a few categories, including disruption of agricultural and natural resource dependent livelihoods and value chains, which enhance grievances and marginalization for some groups of some societies. As well, though, these climate change disruptions cause problems in urban areas and livelihoods and value chains associated in the urban setting. And so as Latin America is increasingly urbanized, climate change will continue to disrupt both the rural livelihoods as well as the value chains that support urban areas. So the second pathway is the disruption of ecosystem services that either buffer communities and cities from climate change shocks or that provision the goods and services needed to survive. So this disruption of ecosystem services is really the critical link that destabilizes regions, destabilizes societies, and opens the door for that climate conflict catalytic reaction. The third pathway is, as my colleague Susana Adamo was discussing, increased migration from vulnerable or climate impacted areas that lead to demographic shifts and activate existing social tensions or create new social tensions. For instance, migration from the Andean highlands to the Amazon lowlands, or from impacted rural geographies to peri-urban geographies, or from flood-prone areas in urban areas to other areas. These demographic shifts start to destabilize societies and can open the door again for that catalytic reaction. The fourth pathway is, as my colleagues have also mentioned, the lack of administrative and public infrastructure needed to mitigate and adapt to these climate anomalies, as well as the capture or exploitation of social and institutional vulnerabilities, leading to additional exposure for some communities to illegal and illicit trade networks, organized crime, and other vectors for risk to societies and communities. So these four pathways in the literature, at least, are right now tending to be the major linkages between climate conflict and insecurity. A recent review titled Climate and Security in Latin America and the Caribbean, which was produced by the Igarapé Institute and Instituto Clima y Sociedade out of Brazil, provides a very thoughtful exploration of many of these pathways from a regional perspective and from scholars in Latin America. So with regard to the second point, climate is a near-term intra-national security issue. We've again heard this from several of our colleagues. I don't need to repeat too much, but the immediate short-term and medium-term impacts of increased climate variability, shifting temperature and precipitation regimes, as well as the climate trends we're seeing in various subregions in Latin America, are being manifest as insecurity mainly within countries rather than across borders. We know, as different colleagues have said, that the region faces some real challenges in terms of inequality within countries, marginalization of certain vulnerable groups, including indigenous communities and gender groups, lack of trust in governing institutions, violence against environmental activists, which is a real issue in some countries, issues of access to and tenure of land, as well as economic and social fractures that were magnified by the pandemic. All of these issues create vulnerabilities that are easily catalyzed into social conflict, expressed through either violence or capitalized in illicit trade networks and organized crime. Last year, the World Meteorological Organization released a report titled State of the Climate in Latin America and Caribbean in 2021. And that report reinforces a lot of these regional and sub-regional climate trends and ties them to social and socioeconomic impacts at the regional level and at the sub-regional level. So definitely worth taking a look at. Importantly though, much of the pathways and socioeconomic impacts that report highlights really reinforce these pathways that the report by the Igarapé Institute highlighted. In any case, it's clear that the impacts of climate change are creating or amplifying existing fractures in many corners of the region, and this will be the main scale of insecurity in the near term. Longer term, though, there's some important global and economic and structural trends that could further exacerbate international and regional or transboundary tensions. For example, the push to decarbonize the economy is fueling rapid growth in the lithium sector. Much of the world's lithium is produced in the lithium triangle in Chile, Argentina, and Peru. However, the changing hydrology of the region, coupled with the expansion of the extractive industry sector, is creating threats to water security and could potentially undermine the ecological viability of water-dependent ecosystems. So this creates a paradox where our near-term adaptation strategies create a boomerang effect that undermines the region's long-term resilience and sets the stage for intra, transboundary, and industry, government, community conflicts. So this all leads to my third point, the need for institutional reform that holds justice, equity, and collaboration as core principles in adaptation, mitigation, and conflict prevention. We all know that there are global disparities in wealth, hazard exposure, access to services, all of these things can undermine resilience in the face of climate shocks. These disparities are particularly pronounced in Latin America, where vulnerable groups are disproportionately exposed to both climate shocks and insecurity. So increasing justice and multiple types of justice, social, environmental, climate, has to be a critical policy agenda in the coming years for the region. We can argue the moral or normative imperative for expanding justice, enhancing justice in the region. And I'm a particularly ardent advocate for that moral and normative perspective, the ethical argument. But there are some important practical reasons that we need to think about increasing equity, justice, and collaboration in the region. I recently published a book titled Managing Environmental Conflict, in which I describe the phases of conflict escalation and tie it to our ability to operate and implement policies to both prevent conflict as well as de-escalate some of the existing tensions that exacerbate conflict. And the idea is that the higher intensity of conflict becomes, the smaller the decision space that we have for action. Conflict tends to collapse parties into positionality and decreases the ability to collaborate or coordinate response. So high intensity conflicts have a small decision-making space. In contrast, low intensity conflicts, latent conflicts, have a much broader decision-making space. So we can use things like climate adaptation strategies, mitigation measures as tools for peace building. Critical to de-escalating conflict or preventing conflict from escalating into higher intensity forms is social capital. Social capital turns out to be really, really critical for building trust among parties, facilitating coordination among parties, and overcoming some of the collective action dilemmas that parties in conflict face. And key to constructing social capital is justice. There really can't be the construction of social capital without forward-thinking measures to introduce and reinforce justice and principles of justice, both distributional, procedural, retributive justice, as well as climate justice and environmental justice. We really can't build the social capital needed for conflict prevention if we don't have justice at the core. So rather than being an ethical, moral imperative, justice turns out to be really, really important in sort of a mechanistic way for conflict prevention, which can then open up the space for a variety of adaptation and mitigation measures. So with that, I think I'll pause my remarks and leave time for our other panelists and hopefully questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. And now, last but certainly not least, we turn to our fourth panelist, Minister Maria Emilia Undrago.
Thank you. Now? Buenos días, todavía muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por esta invitación a Athena Labs, Paige, embajador, y a todos los que nos acompañan. Muchas gracias por esta invitación y la inclusión de la seguridad alimentaria en este marco que estamos hablando de relaciones internacionales, seguridad, defensa, justicia y tantos términos que aquí hemos acuñado para poder ver la diversidad de aristas que tiene el enfrentar el cambio climático a nivel global, a nivel nacional y a nivel local. Cuando hablamos de seguridad alimentaria, la seguridad alimentaria no es un problema para los que producen, es un problema global que requiere ser pensado en un sistema donde la seguridad es crucial. Ya lo vimos en la crisis de la pandemia, lo vamos a analizar después, a continuación, con los conflictos, especialmente el conflicto en Ucrania a nivel global, cómo ha impactado los mercados alimentarios, y a nivel nacional, como conflictos internos, lo vemos en la macrozona sur, que es una región productora, cómo impacta también en la producción de alimentos dentro del país. Y es por eso que durante la mañana hemos podido conocer distintos antecedentes y cómo el cambio climático impacta actualmente a los recursos naturales. Esto actualmente ya nos tiene enfrentados en conflictos, lo que ocurre, por ejemplo, con el Silala, con el agua, lo que ocurre con los acuíferos entre Chile y Perú, internacionalmente conflictos donde el agua es hoy día un factor relevante. Y es por eso que además, considerando el agua como elemento fundamental para producir los alimentos de la familia, empieza a tornar esta seguridad alimentaria.
This food security starts becoming a reality that requires to be seen and analyzed with those different points. And it is also important to note that when we talk about climate change and its challenges, we're talking about mitigation and adapting measures, proposals in both areas has effects, has implications in security, and it is important to analyze them not only globally, as many presenters have mentioned, with global measures, but these, how do they talk with local reality, which is very different, and how it also impacts that reality in the different levels. As others presenters have said, vulnerability regarding climate change is very different. I brought this map. This map represents vulnerability, water vulnerability. Redder the color is, we have areas that have a high probability of decreasing the water flows. It is to say that we will be confronted to extended droughts. And as you can see, this happens with temperature, with the weather events or climate events that have been mentioned. And as an average, we could say there will be less water availability. That is very different, not only amongst countries, but also amongst regions of the same country. We have global measures, but at the end, the needed measures are the ones that are local, that allow to adapt to the consequences of this global change. And as we were also saying, this crisis that we are currently analyzing, this food security from its impact in climate change, we can add other crises, the pandemic crisis. The pandemic was a very important factor in food security, and with even more what happened last year, crisis due to the conflict in Ukraine. And we will analyze why the defense part of these things is important. Because last year, when we saw biggest increase in prices on food, this is a series of prices from the year 1960s to date. Those price hikes were not, it's because we didn't have food. It was given that the logistics did not allow that the produced food would get to consumers. And that's why mainly the biggest increase was given with by the Ukrainian conflict. And that's why it is important to analyze it from this perspective also. And it is important not only due to a specific conflict and the effects that we have, but under the framework that the world population still increases. We exceeded 8 billion people, and for 2030 there will be increase for food demand of 20%. And this we will have to do, we will have to produce them with less water, less soil. There will be more knowledge and cooperation, which is important to consider. That's why this instance is relevant. And not only will affect only one of the sustainable development goals, but to the 17 that in one way or another are related with the climate change and the well-being of people. And this is the graph that I wanted to show you. I think when we talk about food security, many times we focus on production, on how food is moving.
Este es el indicador final. Este gráfico representa.
What has to move us is the final indicator. This represents how we have been confronting on a world level the amount of people that currently go to bed with food insecurity. X amount of people live with food, 10% of the population live with insecurity, food insecurity. And this shows that in 2015, which was the year that we agreed on the objectives of sustainable development, there were 583 million people with food insecurity. And this, which presented to be an objective that would let us come together, not only has increased, getting to indicators previous to 2005. So we have gone back more than 15 years in terms of food insecurity. Another factor that we will not touch in this conference is the other side of the coin. Obesity. That's another pandemic that, of course, is not part of this, but it's also important to consider. But because when we talk about food insecurity, we should at least differentiate three areas. First is the availability. Many times we focus on that. When we talk about food insecurity, we call the food producers, and of course availability. To have food is a challenge of the area, but we should also remind ourselves that availability is not only produced internally, but also in other countries. We will talk about the exchange. That's why this is the important exchange, international trade, and the protocols and treaties are relevant, but also distribution and logistics, fundamental topics when we analyze the defense of national security. Another factor is access. We can have food, but the important thing is that people can have the resources in order to acquire that food. And currently, what we've seen in the crisis during this year, it is not an issue of food availability. Food production in the world is enough to feed people. The issue is the issue of access, where many people do not have access to. And when we talk about availability, which is the production of food, we must consider that in general, countries produce around 75% of the food they consume. That's a general average. That's a lot. And the countries that almost depend 99% on food from abroad. But countries produce an important percentage of that food. An average, as I say, 75%. But that varies amongst products. In case Chile, that we produce great part of our food, and we have a positive trade balance, depending on the international trade, and very important products, for example, wheat, rice, in more than 50%. There you can see the amounts. We import 50% of the rice. We import 83% of the wheat for production of white meat, rice, X amount percentage. And that's why I go back in the relevance of talking about food security and an aspect of a broader security issue. It's a strategy, I would say, that's fundamental for the development of different countries. I already showed you this graph before, which requires to confront food security not only from the availability of how we produce much better, more efficiently, more sustainable, but how do we make that these products will be accessed by different families, and that's given by the price of food. And that impact in prices will also notoriously vary amongst countries. In average, last year we had a food inflation at a world level of 14%, approximately. Chile had a 24% of increase in food prices. There are countries in the region that have had more than 100% of price increase on food. That's why the global analysis that we know that it is important. At the end, we have to bring it to local analysis that could show the real impact in each one of the countries. And later on, we will also see how within the countries it impacts differently and its implication on security. We know that food is basic for people's well-being, and it's a fundamental factor that has pushed many conflicts, internal as external. So that's why it is important to consider. And this other graph that shows the percentage of expenditure of families in food. While countries are poorer, here we see in red color how many countries spend more than 50% of their budget in food. So when we have a food crisis and an increase in food prices, it's different if you spend 50% of the budget in food than 10%. And that's why the Ukrainian war, in terms of food, the biggest effect was in the African countries,
mayor de alimentos,
who also import a greater percentage of food. And the effect of climate crisis, armed conflicts, and also the pandemic, it is important finally to lower this in each one of the countries. And in each one of them, not only at a country level, Chile more or less spends 18% of its budget in food. But within Chile, when we look at the different groups, the poorest families, 20% poorer families in the country, spend 1/3 of their budget in food. And that's important for national security, for regional conflict, and also for international conflicts. And here also, I'm almost ending with the challenges. When we talk about these global challenges, when we talk about this global threat, finally we have two working areas. We have to adapt ourselves, and for the food area or industry is fundamental. Food is produced based on climate, water, soil, temperature, and that's putting pressure on the systems, putting pressure on some areas, and we must say it. This will happen in Canada and the countries up north. Also, having other areas that do not have conditions to produce that will be added. Not only how we adapt in places where we have pressure, but also how we will enable other areas that will grow in a sustainable way food for this growing population. And we cannot also consider what we do in mitigation, what we do in adapting, because here there's an effect that's not only independent, specifically in the agricultural and food industry. Many mitigation measures affect possible adaptation measures, and that's why the integral point of view is fundamental. And here, just to end, and then later to be able to go to the Q&A round, it is important to make a call of cooperation, to cooperate of the public sector, private sector, and the civil society. This is not a problem of the government. This is not a problem of the private companies. It's not a problem from one or another group. And this new challenge, I'm here for creating a science faculty for nature and asking ourselves for the assets of nature in this context, in this pressured environmental context, and how from there, from research, as other panel members mentioned, we are missing a local research in order to be able to take measures according to the reality of each country. And that's why to be able to have public, private, and civil society cooperation from all of these groups is fundamental. And also this integral view that invites us to look on the economical side, social side, and environmental side, because at the end, when we talk about objectives of sustainable development, it is important that we can balance out proposed measures as also the consequences of them and what we finally want to have as objective at a national, regional, and of course, a local impact that these have. So thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm really happy that this food topic is becoming part of this discussion that has a lot to learn from the panel members, and also be able to contribute in this basic view of taking position of the food production in our countries. Thank you.
Tengo una pregunta.
Us on schedule. Okay, I'll take one question. The gentleman in the middle with the hand up.
Centro.
Aló, 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 ¿se escucha?
Good afternoon, I think. There is some kind of phantom going around in this room. I am happy that there is one person related to education, but no reference was made to education. The question is open for anybody in the panel. What's the importance of education here in terms of resilience and security, everything that is affecting us every day? Well, thank you for the question. I think that education is fundamental, and I believe that here in this room there are many people connected to education, not only formal education. We've got FINALAB, who promotes research, of course, the Columbia University, and I think research and investigation should erase the barriers to the academia, and we have to be open to understanding that this is a process of each and everyone in the public and private sector and civil society to have better evidence, to take better decisions, make better decisions. So that's why, okay, the government has to make public policies, or the university has to do this, or schools have to do this at a very low level, because of course things start with a change of culture that each one of us have to do every day to contribute to, and that depends on education. But I think that education is not only schools and universities, of course, thanking the Columbia University for this encounter, but we have to educate each of us, each and every one of us, and as part of a process, and that helps us to be connected in this change.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. No tenemos...
Not to let the panelists answer them, but just to throw out a few questions from our that came in just for our consideration as we think about the third panel. One is about the issue of crime and criminal organizations and how they might be affected by, or the ability to deal with crime would be affected by climate change. And then also a question about how we as political scientists, diplomats, policymakers think about the issue of the compounding layers of uncertainty when we think about the future, both a future of unmitigated climate change or a future with aggressive mitigation and a rapid energy transition, both of which incorporate a lot of insecurity. And then there's also the insecurity of where we will be between those two extremes. So quite a lot to think about there. So thank you so much interesting material from our panelists that we ran out of time. I apologize to the audience that we weren't able to take more of your questions. We now have a very short, for those of us here in person, a short break and a light lunch outside, and for those of us online, please stick around and join us in about 40 minutes for the third panel. Thank you so much.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing: around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school, not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality and the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school, not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology, innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Columbia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing: around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing, and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution, that the orientation of Columbia is also very global. And at this moment, the world needs schools, universities, policy schools in universities to play a leading role in studying those problems, those challenges, and having a sense of purpose, urgency, and an understanding of the complexity of the problem. This is a big moment for policy school, and we have to lead the way. We just have to.
What do we do as a university that is committed to global education and helping address global challenges?
We can provide people and places around the world to help our students and faculty to experience that new world.
If we do this right, we really are changing the course of Colombia and perhaps higher education more broadly.
Columbia will be, I have no doubt, the most global of any university in the world.
Let's get out there. Let's build the infrastructure. Let's create the incentives and let's see where it takes us.
SIPA was founded in the aftermath of World War II, understanding that what had happened in the 1930s was something that we must do everything in our power not to experience again, ever. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that the world is in crisis. And I think that SIPA can make a huge impact on 5 main challenges the world is facing around energy, climate policy, around geopolitics and international security policy, around technology innovation and policy, inequality in the politics of redistribution, and democratic governance and resilience. The idea is to figure out how can we as a community of scholars work as a team to really help solve those 5 biggest challenges the world is facing and be able to do the research using the most cutting-edge tools we can to understand those problems, to offer solutions, to train the students to be able to be out there in the world, advocating for better practices, thinking through the complexity of the problems. We are very fortunate to be a policy school not just in New York City, but a policy school that is part of an amazing institution, an Ivy League top research institution.
Thank you for joining.
Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros nuevamente para nuestra última sesión.
Climate Change and Sovereignty, and it will be chaired by John Griffiths, who is the head of Security and Defense Studies at Athena Lab. Thank you, John.
Muchas gracias por la presentación y muy bienvenidos al mejor panel del día. Tengo que actuar con entusiasmo porque es después del almuerzo.
After lunch, and of course, this at this time of the day, interest tends to go down. I can present the panel. We have Captain Nicolas Pitrat, Defense Adjutant of the Republic of France in Chile. Thank you very much for being with us. I would also like to introduce our dear friend Colonel Leith Hatchinson of the British Embassy. Thank you for supporting us today. And I would like to introduce from Brazil General Echegoyen, who I particularly thank for his effort to travel to be here at this seminar. He represents the Center for Sovereignty and Climate in Brazil. And finally, Captain of the Navy, Captain Sigfrido Ramirez, Sub-Director of the Maritime Interest Section of the Navy. So, I would like to welcome all these panel members in this panel for Green Defense. The first time I heard this was like a year and a half ago. Juan Pablo and Karen and me talked about this. She already had this idea. She was the reserve official of the Army of Chile, and he was already thinking of the climate change that had an impact on defense. For me, at that point, I found it interesting, but still very far away, and I wasn't that clear on it now. Than now, a year and a half later, and of course the countries, European countries, are very much involved in the impact of climate change that it can have basically on the operations and the installations that we use. Facilities, of course, and operations, it will have impact on land, sea, and air. And Captain Pitrat will talk about this. In 1918, a hurricane destroyed the Tyndall base of the North American Air Force. That was destruction of $4.7 billion, but that was not the worst thing. The worst thing was how the base and the F-22 could not operate for several months. So this is a specific impact of climate change on defense. So without further ado, I give the microphone to Captain Pitrat, who will talk about the impact of climate change from French perspective. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, General. I'm very grateful for Athena Lab for this invitation. I'm sorry for my Chilean. Is this better? Yes. Sorry for my Chilean. I'll try to speak as best as possible. I won't talk about the risks because they were touched upon already this morning and very well developed. I will focus more on what the armed forces in France do, and particularly in the Pacific and this continent of South America, where France has lots of interest through its overseas territories. And we can also consider the poles, Antarctic, in this context. As an introduction, please allow me to talk about a personal anecdote. As a Marine Guard some years ago, I remember that every end of the day we did some shooting exercises to to shoot some waste into the sea, into the water, and now all the vessels are equipped. Even the oldest vessels separate waste and compact, and the most advanced ones have an incineration plant on board. So this has changed a lot. And for example, I've just come back from the Galapagos, where we have launched a new vessel, an overseas vessel, which fulfills the highest, or meets the highest demands in order to respect the environment. Later, on a patrol vessel, I was wondering the military role that we have in the Glorious Island in the Mozambique Channel. Every morning I would walk around the island to count the eggs of the tortoises, and now, because of the change of biosphere, this has changed a lot. And finally, when I was in the Talón de Tarawa, I saw that the inhabitants were planning for the disappearance of their island because its maximum height is 4 meters above sea level. These examples illustrate strong impacts of climate change, but they also introduce the important changes of over 20 years in terms of doctrine, training of the team. To end this introduction in a more dramatic way, as was mentioned this morning, I would like to mention that in the framework of, as part of the pandemic and the tension between Russia, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the climate has effects have catalyzed. So France has developed since April 2022 through the Ministry of Armed Forces a new strategy which is called Climate and Defense. This strategy first is in line and compatible with the dynamic guidelines in the European Union and the NATO. And in January 2021, the European Union adopted a roadmap on climate change and defense. In June 2021, NATO adopted an action plan for climate change and safety. And we can also highlight November 2021, a joint statement of the Ministries of Defense on climate change and armed forces that was signed by 26 countries. So in April 2022, we published this strategy, and at the end of 2022, we developed a plan for orientation and actions to continue to follow this and develop this strategy until 2030. And coordinator for climate and defense is in charge of this in the Ministry of Armed Forces. This strategy, of course, was in the portfolio of defense since 2007, and it was updated frequently until the latest revision in 2021. France, as well as the United States and Spain, were the first countries to integrate climate change in a national strategy about the sea. Ours is from 2018, which is called National Strategy for Marine Areas, Zones, which was updated in 2019. And of course, for a long time, armed forces have been involved on sea, fighting against illegal fishing, contamination, on land, fighting illegal mining activities, and this with the goal of sustainable exploitation of natural resources. This way, we often have to carry the burden of unlimited fishing, and at the same time, we have also gone through the positive effect of control measures. But right now, the acceleration of impacts has also pushed towards the acceleration of these actions. That is the idea of this strategy. And like I said, to implement it, there is a coordinator now at ministerial level to develop this roadmap. The goals of this strategy are focused in a triple document, which is to adapt, focus and mitigate. Like we said this morning, it is worth highlighting that cooperation is key to anticipate and face the risks in this strategy. We have to anticipate future situations. Therefore, we have developed a climate change observatory. It's been in operation since 2016. It's also an observatory for the poles, because in our perspective, the poles, North Pole and the South Pole, belong to one single policy. This observatory was developed in 2015, and there is another observatory for energy flows and issues since 2019, because of course changes can have consequences for the scarcity of resources. Multinational cooperation and international cooperation was developed as well as scientific cooperations, many agreements with national or international organizations. It has supported several theses, and also with the purpose of anticipating future efforts. We are studying the new health risks. For example, in the south of France, we right now have to take care of chikungunya or dengue caused by bugs and mosquitoes, something that didn't exist until recently. The idea is to act in all components of capacity, doctrine, organization, resources, training, education, and sustainment. In terms of doctrines, for example, we need to project, as an example, on to studying the change of propagation and mitigation, which has also caused a change at sea. In terms of equipment, General already spoke about infrastructure, which is very important, and methodology was developed by this very same observatory that I mentioned, a methodology which is called Climate Change Evaluation Methodology for Military Camps, to study how to resist the risks of climate change. Anticipating is also important in terms of equipment, because the life cycles of our equipment are between 20 to 50 years. So, in the world of the air forces, we consider that when there's lots of evaporation and lots of clouds in the future, this will lead to the risk of ice, which is something we have to take into consideration for future aircrafts. Through a project which is called EcoCamp, we want to reduce the consumption of energy and water by 40% by 2030. For the team of personnel, we have developed to improve resistance of the military people and also the equipment against extreme temperatures, whether they are very low or very high. What I think is also important and related to the emissions, more and more dual equipment is considered in the industry. In terms of maintenance, for example, the resistance of the battery against these high or extremely high, extremely low temperatures, and also in the aquatic world, where warmer water should take into consideration the accumulation of microorganisms. As for emissions, at this moment, like we heard this morning, our armed forces participate in actions in case of natural disasters, but it's not, we're not alone. There are many more organizations involved before the armed forces become involved, and surveillance and rescue actions will be developed. Also, the HDR initiatives to anticipate climate change events such as hurricanes and cyclones. We're very much committed and involved, especially in our overseas territory, the Antillean Islands, or in the Pacific Sea. In terms of emissions, what we are considering is opening the northern route and access to the poles. That also needs the development of training and skills for this kind of areas. Especially this, and the evolution of emissions, of course, has consequences on the training and preparation of the forces. Another objective of this strategy is to contribute to the commitment of France in climate, which is called green defense. We participate in these objectives of the government, mainly to reduce greenhouse gases and protect the environment. The Ministry of Defense is an important responsible part in the emission of these greenhouse gases. So we develop an energy strategy for defense, aiming at limiting the dependence of the armed forces on oil and at the same time reducing their carbon footprint. France has committed itself to reducing its emissions of gas in 45% between 2020 and 2030. The Ministry of Armed Forces is trying to reduce by 30% its energy consumption and by 50% emissions of greenhouse gases by 2030. Another topic, which is also a sensitive topic, are the regulations and international rights. The Ministry of Armed Forces is also participating in that because there has to be a balance in this field. For example, in training flights for navigation, we have to ask ourselves whether in some areas we have not got a territory that is so long like Chile, so the metropolitan France, we have to reserve certain zones, and we have to be closer every time. So the armed forces of France in Latin America and the Pacific, we pay special attention in this area for two reasons. The national interests we have in this area of French Guiana and the French Polynesian area, but also we can see that the impact of climate change in this region is very important strategic priority because, for example, the rising of the sea level is considered 4 times more important than on the rest of the planet. In terms of cooperation, international cooperation, France is strongly committed in the South Pacific Defense Minister meeting, and they work intimately with Chile and Australia, and they have developed a map of the risks with a horizon towards 2030 to jointly assess the risk level related to cyclones, fishing resources, pandemics, migrations, and the rise of the sea level. We have to also highlight the organization France, which joins France, New Zealand, and Australia to intervene against natural catastrophes, or for example in Tonga, and we have the example of Vanuatu now, where we are facing consequences of 2 cyclones on this island. France also participates in organizations to surveillance of fishing to protect the water resources, and this is also in cooperation with Chile. Like I commented, we have developed a strategy for the poles to take care of the resources of this. I'll go a bit faster. of the scientific universities, I would like to mention a project which is called Bougainville, because France has worked with the program Plankton Planet and using the deployment of their vessels to use students, to work with students and take samples and analyze microbiology of the ocean. It's an agreement with the Sorbonne University to hire these students in biodiversity. Another interesting example is the Kioka project, which is studying species of birds to anticipate natural catastrophes such as tsunamis and cyclones. Another project, which is called Micropax, studies migration of aquatic resources. In terms of training, there are many missions, which are the usual missions of the armed forces in the Pacific, but I can also highlight in training the exercises Croix du Sud or Maraba, which every year are being led by France in natural catastrophes, and that takes the consequences in terms of security and safety more and more into consideration. To finalize, in summary, I would like to highlight that the French armed forces are strongly committed in defense and climate, particularly with many applications in this area because of its nature, and to anticipate and avoid conflicts and crises, not only for tomorrow but also for today, and also because through its overseas territories it has experience in these natural catastrophes, but they are becoming stronger and larger. This has all been written down in a national policy which is a lot broader, and also as part of multinational organizations such as the European Union and NATO. In this effort has lots of synergies with Chile, the South American continent and the Pacific, integrating Antarctica. Thank you very much.
Bien, el turno de nuestra agregada.
Now the turn of our representative from the UK. Let's please ask to not go over the time that you have allocated. Thank you. I will try to speak quickly as a Chilean, but I imagine I'm not. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. As you have already heard, I'm an aviation colonel, Liz Hutchison, and today more than ever, in the Women's International Day, for me it's a real pleasure as a aggregate of defense of the UK here in Chile to be here with you regarding such an important topic as this one, and specifically to talk a little bit about the British armed forces and the climate change. Why defense should be concerned about this is because climate change is a multiplier of threats that's already reconfiguring the world security and increasing the threats at a time that it gives place to other new threats also, because also defense is our allies and partners confront to the same challenge, which is the need of adapting and becoming resilient to the world where the climate has changed, preserving at the same time the military capacity. And because the armed forces of the UK must adapt themselves in order to provide, fight, and overcome in this era that's more competitive, given that the direct impact of climate change on food and droughts and extreme temperatures, their social economical consequence and their global responses to these still configure the strategic concept where the future conflicts might arise. So how will this affect the capacities and the planning of the Ministry of Defense? Climate change will change where we operate. We open up new areas. The old ones might be closed for us. They will change what we need to operate. The future design, the combination of energies, the options of procurement, the management throughout the lifespan, and the resiliency of our infrastructure platforms must allow our global ambitions. We also change how we operate. Our tactics, techniques, and procedures should adapt to the new reality, and it will change with who we will operate. We will have to talk about the existing alliances, and with our experience, we will always consider to offer help and leadership where it's needed. It is obvious that climate change and sustainability consider many challenges. For example, there are challenges in the operational environment. While the world becomes more and more hot, extreme hot, the armed forces of the UK, I can never pronounce that word, they will need the capacity of being able to operate in different environments. Also, that we need to deploy mechanical troops in supporting more response to humanitarian, or our acronym is HDAR, and civil emergencies caused by severe and extreme meteorological conditions. And also conflicts coming from poverty, inequality, and access to the resources will create a more extreme environment. Ships, planes, vehicles, and people will have to adapt to a different world. Therefore, defense will have to assess and adapt its capacities in the right way according to the effects of the climate change and the environment that the armed forces provide. Also, we will have goals and supply chains. There will be challenges. For example, a road to a low carbon emissions economy create temporary risk for the Ministry of Defense, damage our capacity to operate in an efficient way. Net zero will increase the demand of finished goods. The increase of prices or difficulties to obtain materials given the demand of them will negatively impact our supply chain. An example of this that you all know about is lithium, that traditionally has been used in defense equipment, and currently it is mined in large amounts for vehicles and batteries. And other materials that defense use might cost extra, like steel. Defense might have to pay higher prices for the steel through direct price increases, or through carbon credits, or offset procedures, or this will affect the defense budget by the cost of applying mitigation measures now, a long time for the increase of the responsibilities of that risk that's generated. So what are we doing in defense? We have established a team dedicated to climate change and sustainability. The acronym is CCES. Its role is to integrate sustainability in the heart of defense and also in our decision-making process. We have these three strategic ambitions for the year 2050. The first one, that defense can be adapted to be able to fight and win in more hostile environments. Second, that defense has reduced their emissions and has increased their sustainable activities, and as an area is contributing in order to achieve the legal commitment of have net zero emissions for the year 2050. And the third one, defense acts and is recognized as a world leader in responding to the emerging geopolitical threats that are related with conflicts, which of course get worse with the climate change. Nevertheless, the key principle of focus of defense, it is to preserve capacities and create opportunities in order to have an operational advantage. And now I will finish explaining what we are currently doing. Currently, many projects are being taken forth in defense in order to support the development of innovation needed in order to fight climate change. Amongst this, we include the Sustainable Support, the acronym SFS, which is the initial response of our defense support to the challenges that climate change brings. This describes the way that we propose ourselves to reduce our emissions and increase sustainability of our operations, to use at maximum the opportunities that the new focuses and technologies offer, and also identify and reduce all vulnerabilities and also risks to the ones we're confronted in the performance of our activity. We have the project I'll permit to. This is about solar farms. Lutkin Field is the first one of 4 pilot areas, with the hope of increasing its scale and supply of a total of 70 solar farms in all the area managed by the government, by the Army, in a 10 years term. The Army has published its focus on electrifying the battlefield, which establishes detailed plans in order to electrify the battlefield during the next decade. And of course, I will finish with the aviation or Air Force. In January 2023, we used sustainable fuel for airplane combined with normal fuel in order to achieve the first supply in the air with a mixture of aviation fuel and in a C-130 Hercules. This initiative is based on the work carried out in November of last year, when RAB completed the first military transportation flight with sustainable fuel. It is the first time that a plane flies in the UK using 100% sustainable aviation fuel in all of its engines. Of course, all of that's the beginning, and there's a lot more to do. But with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to explain my appreciation for the invitation and to thank the organizers. Who contributed for this invitation. Also to all the women for their International Day, that they contribute their talent and sensitivity to make the world a better place. Well, I will invite you we can try to understand climate change and sovereignty. I'd like to highlight that I do not represent in any point, in any way, the Brazilian position. I'm a retired officer. Many of the opinions come from my career as head of the Army and later as a national security advisor, but mainly I represent the Sovereign Center. The Climate Sovereign Center, which I asked to a couple of slides to be shown, our webpage. It's a think tank that came out from 2 parts. First, that there was no dialogue. We did not see dialogue amongst the parties of what we're treating here about climate change, and the ones that worked with sovereignty which are ourselves, the militaries, the diplomats, and other representatives from the governments, and promote dialogue. The specs were based on stereotypes, as normally happens. And it was needed to propose dialogue in an environment that people were able to be honest, so things could be decided. Many you can imagine. I'm the sovereign side. I'm not from the climate change side or environmental side of things. And we were able to see that there were many points, and we identified them. We were able to see a path forward in the way of a solution. These are not excluding concepts, but these complement each other when they're seen, studied, and interpreted in good faith, and looking toward a future of solutions. In practice, in the little time that we have done, we are surprised by the people who are interested in this, and how this has expanded and has evolved much more than what we would have imagined, and that really made us be able to manage this. We at the beginning choose 7 dialogue axes in order to propose dialogue, which is sovereignty, a critical infrastructure, climate and security, bioeconomy, the Amazon region, of course, climate justice, and external policies. It's all here on our webpage. You can review it on the webpage. And here you can find the different webinars, different papers, and work that we have done. Very well, sovereignty. Well, the General Republic of Brazil states in its first article, defines in its first article, which are the main points in which the Brazilian Republic is based on. The fundamentals are 2 points. One is sovereignty. This is a point that many people do not become aware of, because many times you will read the Brazilian Constitution, which is 200-something articles. The articles that are interested about the topic that's being looked at. First of all, it defines the general fundamentals of the Republic of Brazil: dignity of the human being, a social value of work and private property, and political spaces. And in this case, this is the initial step that we took in order to understand and promote and invite the different stakeholders for dialogue. So the Climate Sovereignty Center is not a center of environmental discussions only or environmental people. It is a center where we promote dialogue, starting from scientific information and proven information. The government knows all the responsibility that the government has in trying all of these real improvement things, while in other researches these have not been proved. And also the need to understand that sovereignty is not a difficulty. It's not there to make things difficult in preventing, mitigating climate issues or topics. This is an instrument that you must have. For example, if you can imagine that my country has 8.5 million square kilometers. plus 4.5 square kilometers in its exclusive economical area. Out of this 8.5 million square kilometers, 1.7 belong to the Amazon region. It's a huge amount, which at the same time, the richness and the issue that we have. How can we, in order to preserve the environment, in order to react to climate change, if we do not have a government that's strong, that has agencies capable of acting, this is this government, the needed government sovereign, which is a must. And the same thing we could say to the other Amazon countries. For example, the Amazonic Pact, which includes 9 countries, Brazil plus 8. Brazil has 62% of the Amazons throughout the Amazon region. And the Amazon region represents in my country 60% of the territory. So Brazil belongs to the Amazons. It's not the other way around, because the Amazon is much, much bigger. Very well. Sovereign states, governments capable of executing their responsibility, they won't be find a solution. So therefore, responsibility of sovereignty is much more than finding a way of engaging, of interacting, keeping sovereignty in order to cooperate in the international scenario. Because climate phenomena impact all of us. It doesn't respect sovereignties. Doesn't consider also borders, or it has to have a passport. Things go through the borders very quickly. The problem that we had is that how to reconcile the needs of confronting climate change and environmental problems with the functional points of sovereignty and also national interest. While we're not organized, there won't be any possibility that national interest and sovereignty could be negotiated or in some way achieved. Brazil understands its responsibility, from what I know from society, its responsibility in the environmental and climate change. I can make sure that it's a very sensitive view of my society. There's no possibility of an administration that can take the policy to negatively confront climate issues or environmental issues, because they won't have a popular support.
This
is like the Brazilian divisions, as I mentioned. We have 217 million of inhabitants that will try and allow, and I like postear because it includes much more things than just evolving to be better, has a social political sense, economical. I think that this is a richer term for this. In this sense, analyzing the Brazilian armed forces, these are armed forces dedicated mainly via the legal instruments in order to prevent and preserve the territory and the national assets and the national heritage, of course, and its people, of course. It is important to understand that the Brazilian armed forces as also the armed forces, I imagine, of all South America. And excuse me for talking about only South America. We're thinking about the same hemisphere. There's no common cultures or roots. To try to understand Brazil in the same environment that Trinidad and Tobago or Puerto Rico, it's very difficult. For me, this is hard. And the issue is that when we look at South America, that has been said here, has the social symmetries, which are the deepest ones, very deep ones. And Marek, we also look to that's the region that's mostly stable of the world. Remember yourselves, how many times did you have to update your geographical knowledge regarding Europe, Africa, and Asia during the last 30 years? And what changed in South America? So, in some way, with all the issues we have, with all the difficulties that we have found a way of living with sovereignties which is very respectful, which is stable, where we don't have exclusion borders, we don't have any wired fences or walls, we don't have armed borders, and that the territorial divisions are all subject to international forums, not military disputes. This is something that has been built by all the South American countries. We understand the position that Brazil has, the responsibility that Brazil has. That's why many times Brazil is much more than a peaceful. Yeah, Brazil is a country that provides peace because it's capable as a giant of South America, talking about the size, the economy, and the population. They're all countries. We have the role, right, that we perform in South America and this region, and that's why for the world peace and the responsibility that we have with the rest of the South American countries of environmental issues and also climate changes. So therefore, the word is cooperation. Our armed forces, our defense systems.
Ve galopia, si vamos a galopar más fuerte. Así que la responsabilidad.
The responsibility that we have is to promote integration and cooperation, to be capable of sharing knowledge, to be capable of sharing solutions, and also be able to mutually help each other when it's needed. Much more than dividing up South American borders. They bring us together much more than dividing us. Right now we're having a trans-ocean pathway which comes from the Paraná, comes to Chile. President
conocerla. Y así que
so what we need is to understand that the armed forces can help very much, but it's not their mission. It's an additional mission that giving the logistic infrastructure, giving the presence throughout the entire territory. In the Brazilian case, and the only representative of the government many times in the forest places of the Amazon. But we have to reinforce the capacity of the governments, of 8 government agencies which are responsible in confronting these threats. There's a lot of concern of things that we consider wrong, to look for guilty people before solutions, to blame people, to question sovereignty, as some representatives have done through a long time now. Isolate important stakeholders but because of national interests which are not very transparent. So, the worst thing that can happen is to manage military in subject or topics in something diplomatic or political. The worst thing you can do is that we do not have the capacity of understanding as societies, as neighboring societies that share the same area of the world. But until now, we will be here for a long time, I hope. But we have to add up efforts, we have to add up intentions, we have to go to the actions that are interesting for our people. At the end, it belongs to them that they can have all the capacities that give the armed forces. So that's how we see this in Brazil. The effects of the climate change, of course, impact all countries. What differs, though, is the capacity to react to that. Very well. We also have to add up efforts, be able to confront this. Thank you so much, and I hope that I've met my time for my presentation.
Bueno, finalmente dejo con usted al capitán de navío.
Finally, I leave the floor to Navy Captain. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Athena Lab for the invitation. I'm the last speaker today, so this will maybe be the most difficult to get through. I'm sub-director, depending on the national authority, Maritime Authority, which is part of the Chilean Navy. The Maritime Authority and naval power are all together in the Navy, so we have several functions, shared functions, and regarding climate change, they have an internal perspective, institutional perspective, and also external, how the Maritime Authority relates to different organizations and entities. I would like to start talking about the sea. First of all, to talk about the importance of the oceans and relate them to climate change. First, we have to highlight that physically, practically 70% of our planet, of the surface of the Earth, is oceans, and 93% of available water on our planet is seawater, which is a very important datum because we have a water crisis, and this is an important source to obtain water for different activities. Our country, particularly our country, is part of the Pacific Basin. It's an ocean that contains 50% of salt water in the world, and it's also a basin that strategically communicates different powers, maybe the greatest economic powers of the world, and where several activities of high commercial value are carried out, not only in the sea, but also fishery and recreational activities, and a great population that lives around the coast of the Pacific Ocean. In this sense, our country occupies 4,300 kilometers of coast, which also means an important responsibility. We're talking about 3 long kilometers, much more than our surface in the country. So we have a larger territory on sea than over land. And this ocean has a great riches in living resources. Our country is part of several fishing organizations. The New York Agreement, Pacific Agreement, CAMELAR, and if we extend the surface and the responsibility for the Navy, we're talking about an enormous surface that leads us towards the South Pole and oceanic territories. First, we have to ask, why do we relate the sea and climate change and the importance of oceans? Because these large areas of responsibility also generate the need to interact with important organizations for our country. It's important to have a professional navy with the resources and capacities necessary to be able to control these areas. How do we relate the ocean to climate change and defense? I would like to highlight some characteristics of the ocean which make it very relevant in terms of climate change. First of all, the intake of CO2. There is literature that says that it's called the Great Blue Lung, the ocean. This refers to the capacity of the ocean to take in CO2 and liberate O2, oxygen. So it's very important, together with the woods and forests, to take in CO2 and liberate oxygen, one of the greatest problems on the earth. Transport, 90% of international trade takes place overseas, partly. This is fuel, food, and other goods. Coastal populations, 80% of the world population lives close to the sea. So it's subject to all the effects that the rise of the sea level can have, because they live close to coastal areas. It has an essential role for different activities, not only commercial transport, fishery and sports activities that take place on the ocean. And finally, when we talk about food safety, that was mentioned earlier, it is a source of great biodiversity that also contains food reserves that have to be protected, that are very fragile and have to be protected. Therefore, we can relate defense to climate change and the ocean. We have oceans that are necessary and are a source to maintain the conditions as a source of resources to capture CO2. They're also fragile, and therefore we need professional defense with resources and skills to be able to operate in these vast spaces. For our country, I would like to highlight another aspect. United Nations elaborated criteria to react to climate change, 9 criteria. Our country contains 7. I won't mention the 9 criteria, but this makes that our country is among the 15 most vulnerable countries, vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Therefore, it is very important for our country at institutional level and as a country itself. In this scenario, our country indeed has measured the situation and has responded early. In 1994, we have to remember that the framework of the United Nations on climate change was carried out, the first initiative on climate change. Our country participated in that, and in 2015, this ends up in the COP21 and the Paris Agreement. The Sustainable Development Goals are developed as well. 17, we saw this in a previous presentation, but these are the roadmap that was generated in 2015 to make progress in concrete message for climate change. And in this sense, regarding to the ocean, we have to highlight that the Sustainable Development Goal 14 is about submarine life. And the goal is that if we analyze all the other goals, it's the only one that is cross-cutting and is related to all of the other. This means that the ocean is very important. It has to be protected and defended, and the importance of the effects of climate change. In general, all these international initiatives, the framework agreement, COP21, the Paris Agreement, have three common goals: to increase the adaptation, to promote resilience, and three, finally, to reduce emission of greenhouse gases. This is the international aspect. How do we as a country assume these challenges of climate change? The current environmental policy is called turquoise environmental policy. Why? Because, of course, it's the color of the sea. It is also an analog to the green color of the woods and the blue of the oceans. And this way we have turquoise. So the national policy is a policy that considers, regarding climate change, the oceans as a vital element. And in that sense, the Ministry of Environment is a focus point regarding all policies of climate change. As for defense, in 2021, the latest defense policy was generated, which incorporates among its concepts the need to consider in planning and strategy for policies the effects and considerations of climate change at level of the policies for defense. They have been incorporated. The Navy is incorporated in the environmental problems in 2014. This year, the first environmental policy for the Navy is developed. In 2016, the Climate Change Committee is created at institutional level, at the highest level of the institution. And this committee seeks to generate a framework to develop concrete actions at institutional level regarding climate change. 2 years later, in 2018, the climate change policy in the Navy is created. In 2019, the first institutional climate change action plan is created, with concrete measures that start to be implemented from 2019 onwards. So what are the main orientations? Increase energy efficiency, promote using renewable energy, and reducing, especially in the fleet, the possibility to contaminate the environment, especially close to the sea, on the sea. As a representative of the Department of Maritime Interests, I explain here, in parallel with environmental policies, a climate change office is created that I participate in, with 4 main functions. First, it becomes the technical entity that supports the Institutional Climate Change Committee in the aspects where they need support. It has the mission to diffuse at international national level what the main tasks are that the Maritime Authority is carrying out regarding climate change. And 2 aspects that are very important: the generation of strategic alliances, which I think has been redlined through all the presentations. Climate change is not a problem that one organization or one person can face. It's a problem that touches all of us, and it has to be faced all together. And this office is in charge of generating strategic alliances at national and international level. And as a maritime authority, we also have a direct relationship with international maritime authorities. We're part of the OMI in this year, and this office also carries out follow-up of all those guidelines, national and international guidelines. To finalize, I would like to highlight not only theoretical things, but also 3 concrete actions that we have been carrying out, which are very important. The first one is environmental monitoring. Though the Navy does not carry out research on climate change, except for some specific research, we have to remember that the Navy has a great capacity and a history in data collection, oceanographic and maritime meteorological data. We have data on wind, meteorological conditions. We've had them for over 10 years, and together with this, our geographical service has a long history of gathering geographical data through these stations along our entire coast. As in Maritime Authority, Directe Mar 30 years ago started the observation of the coastal area, which has enabled characterization of certain parameters of the water column in over 50 bays or maritime or coastal areas of interest. So we have historic data that are the base for the possibility to generate studies with historic perspective on the effects of climate change. Here we can add scientific cruises performed together with CONA and the Geographic Service of the Navy, and our vessel in Cape Horn, a first class. So as a first point, I would like to highlight the permanent task that the Navy carries out. It's been doing this for several decades, and that it does every day regarding data collection, data of all kind on the meteorological characteristics that we can find at sea, and different parameters of the water column, which, like I said, are the base for baselines and to conduct any study to know conditions and foresee any effects of climate change. The second concrete point I would like to mention is the interaction with other organizations. The Navy, mainly through the Climate Change Office, is related to several organizations. This relationship is vital. Isolated work doesn't help to fight the effects of climate change and mitigate them, and in that sense, interaction of the Climate Change Office not only with governmental entities, such as the Ministry of Environment, Cernapesca, the Fishing Promotion Service, but also the private world, associations of shipbuildings, builders, trade unions of artisanal fishing, water associations. We have a large salmon association in the south of our country, so it's very important. And there are many working groups and working instances that we participate in to have a great universe and to incorporate different perspectives. Of course, there are different concerns, governmental entities, commercial activities, recreational activities, and the academic world. We have agreements, and we constantly work with the academic world. And there is also the availability and the feasibility to exchange data that the Navy collects periodically to share with academic or research institutions. And the third point, and final point, I would like to highlight the contribution the Maritime Authority gives to OMI, is specifically the influence on greenhouse gas emissions. We have talked about them and what they represent, and a great percentage come from sea transport, these commercial vessels. And in this sense, there is a commitment of this international organization to reduce emission of fossil fuels, CO2 by fossil fuels. So generally, the fuel is less refined, which has higher effect on climate change. Last year, we reduced these greenhouse gas effects, and the great challenge that we have towards 2050 is the reduction by 50% of the emissions of CO2 coming from sea support, transport. These are the three specific actions that I wanted to share with you. Am I okay in time? Okay, you're 1 minute over already. So to finalize, I would like to say that the Navy has been collecting data for a long time, also protecting the sea, preserving resources. We will continue doing this, but there are challenges. In 10 seconds, I would like to show you some questions that we might have to ask. What are the great emphasis? What are the largest problems that could become worse? A critical port infrastructure, defense, and also commercial. Our country depends a lot on the sea, and great part of fuel and merchandise get to the ports, arrive at ports. So it's important to think of the ports of the future and climate change. Of course, we have to maintain joint work, propulsion of vessels. I think that's very important. What will be the propulsion in the future? What will the vessels of the coming 20, 30 years look like? Of course, protection of biodiversity. And the agreement in New York has already been approved. It was approved last weekend regarding new control entities to control at high sea. Maybe these are spaces with less control. Somebody will have to protect and control high sea in the future, on the short term. And finally, safety, which is something that was talked about. Which are the implications on safety? How will climate change affect? Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. And a warm round of applause. Thank you very much. I will now give the General Coordinator with you. I would like to thank all our speakers. Well, it's been a long morning, so I won't give you a long comment. My friend said that what is key for a good speech is that the beginning is very close to the end. So we've seen different perspectives that come from the academic world, of course, from the military world, from the diplomatic sector, the decision makers. We had a former minister here to share their experience, and of course high-level scientists. So we have different perspectives, and now we have to bring them all together in final comments. So when we put everything together, I think it's very clear that climate change is a threat that requires to be dealt with urgently. I think that is very clear. There's no doubt about that. It has to be dealt with urgently because it's a threat that's present. The effects, we are already seeing them, and they've been outlined. Chile has had the worst drought in the past 10 years. Well, actually, the worst drought since the first measurements. We've seen this summer that it was a terrible summer in terms of forest and wild fires, but there are other areas such as Malaysia and other sectors that have been being affected by different catastrophes that come from extreme events. So we see here the immediate effects, but there are also effects that we're not measuring, that we're not seeing immediately, that will take their time to get there, which are, for example, the migrations, which was also mentioned by one of the panel members, people who will have to look for a different place to live because the habitat where they're living in now, it will be impossible to live soon. That's the history of humanity. Of course, food safety is one of the areas that can be affected that we don't see very much, but our crops will need a level of water that doesn't exist anymore, so they have to be more efficient or they will disappear. So we've got these different immediate and less immediate effects, but they're all urgent. And answers, where can answers come from? The answers, and like the General said, come from sovereign states that have the capacity to mobilize resources, like Commander Cameron said, where resources can be relocated. States have powerful instruments, for example, diplomatic instrument. We had an ambassador here present, and of course climate change is a transnational problem, and diplomats can get together and sign agreements that can help the international community to work together. So that is a power of the state that leads to an answer, and diplomats play a role, and of course the military instrument for the state. And the military instrument given by the armed forces, and here we've seen how climate change is already being considered as a safety aspect, because it will affect operations where climate can change immediately and affect the safety of the troops or the equipment or the teams that are there. There was a good example of a base that was destroyed. On the other hand, the emissions of the armed forces, the ambassador of Canada and the representative from France also highlighted this, that the armed forces are used more and more to respond to disasters, which is a global trend. We've seen this everywhere around the world. And I would also like to agree the defense aggregate of of Spain, who helped us a lot here in the fighting the wildfires in the south of Chile. So here we see how the armed forces are getting used to this climate change being one of the factors to incorporate. So I think this in some way rounds up everything we've talked about here, and we have to really act with urgency. There was a comment from a professor saying that education is very important, and of course, for example, the University of Columbia, which is an educational institution, we have to talk more about this, create awareness, and make a call for action. So with this, I would like to thank the panel members who were here presentially, in person, online, and the audience paying much attention. Thank you for your questions and participation. We'd like to invite you for future activities, which undoubtedly we will be carrying out with our partner, Columbia University, Chris, Page, Professor Schneider. Good trip home. The general here from Brazil, and we hope to be in contact, remain in contact with you. And thank you very much, and a round of applause for the panel members.